All right, here we go. Okay. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric proposition. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction. It's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain.
World famous bus. And we are live. Welcome everyone. Model Affliction
Welcome.
Monday.
That's my favorite Buster song.
Always. That was the live version. We're gonna get the I'll get them sorted. I've just been getting a new video editing thing, and so I've been practicing, and I've sorted a new one out for Buster. It's a bit good. I don't know whether we should. I might play it for Buster if he comes in a bit. Welcome everyone. Thanks for popping in. I don't really know what we're going to be doing today. I've got a couple of videos that I'd like to go over, but anybody, anything over the weekend? I've got some stuff to go over. Interesting things.
I can't think of anything.
Well, let me get back through all of this stuff here.
What you got?
Well, there's quite a bit actually. Yeah, here we go. Get this one. Right, move it over. So, going over, talking to people around this arena, as we have for quite a bit. You come to develop certain arguments, and perpendicularity is one of the things that we're going to be working on. And this was a way I found, because have you heard of the zenith angles? Some sort of an argument from somewhere, right, where people say zenith angles and then send you a video and saying that it's more than 180 degrees. So I drew this mathematical diagram. Here we go. With A and B. Angles at A and B and angles at A and B. This is in the Agents Live for anybody that's in the Discord.
Sure.
And Blue Marble states that those verticals would be diverging. So there's a quick little test there for people to have a go at how that'd work. And Protothad says, yes, both zeniths measure as vertical locally, but diverge from each other, so the remote zenith will always seem tilted away from where you are. Just a seam tilted. And I say, so that would be a perpendicular to level, right? So plumb bobs are perpendicular to level.
Yeah.
He says each zenith will be perpendicular to its own level, but each location does not share the same level. They would diverge, just as the zeniths do. So this Protothad thinks that levels diverge like zeniths do.
So two assumptions already.
Well, yeah, I think he's assuming that level is horizontal, right? How could they diverge? Levels don't diverge. That's one of the constants, isn't
If they
it?
don't share the same level, it means that level is curved.
Yeah, but they wouldn't diverge. It would be the same level. It just have a curved level, right? Would be the same level, just curved. It doesn't.
Yes.
The levels wouldn't diverge, but Protothad seems to think that they would. They would diverge just as the zeniths do. Well, the zeniths diverge because they're straight lines. Surely he's assuming that levels are straight line there. It's how messed up these people get once you start straying away from reality.
If level is curved, it means that vertical is not diverging from level
Yeah.
in their model. So why he's saying that it is diverging?
It would diverge just as the zeniths do. Huh? Well, there you go, just there. It says, note the sight lines between each sighting location are not horizontal. They are just whatever you happen to measure relative to the zenith. I don't know why they're using the zenith as an angle. Surveyors use the horizontal, but we'll give them that for a bit. It says it is the sum of the pair of angles, however, that tells you if they are parallel. That is just basic geometry. So it's the sum of the angles that tells you whether the lines are parallel. According to so I say the plums are perpendicular to level. I think you have a geometric conundrum. He says only if every location shares the same level. If they did, then the angles would sum to 180. But they don't sum to more than that. But they don't. They sum to more than that. Only if every location shares the same level. So he thinks if they do share the same level, they'll be 180. I'm not so sure Protothads actually got on board. I think they should have. I think they should have a bit of a get together. We should be able to inform all of these people of what exactly it is that they should be believing together as a group, because it's becoming a little bit incoherent. I say the verticals are perpendicular to level though, right? Because in reality, they are. I've sort of developed a new argument around all of this. It's been quite interesting. It is worth talking to people about these sort of things. So he says, they both diverge as you leave a specific location. So vertical at one location will not be perpendicular to level at a location many miles away from it. I think vertical is always perpendicular to level. I'm struggling to work what's going on here. Over short distances, the amount of divergence is small enough to be ignored for most purposes. I think at this moment, when I hear him saying this sort of thing, I think he's trying to falsify perpendicularity, which we might get to. I say, so would A and B add up to 180 or not in your model? We go back to the this one here. A and B, A and B, A and B, right? So there's an A and B on this side of the line. There's an A and B on this side of the line. And there's an A and B in the middle. He says, it depends which A and B you're referring to, since you have multiples. The middle A and B could be anything depending on the elevations of the different locations. Remember that our lines between sighting locations are not necessarily at the same elevation. But regardless of the elevations, the sum of the interior angles between any pair must be 180 if the zeniths are parallel. That is a geometric fact. A straight line crossing two parallel lines will result in a reciprocal angles that add up to 180 degrees. If they add up to more, then the zeniths diverge. And everybody knows as well that a straight line has two right angles can be placed upon a straight line. Therefore, the sum of two right angles, 180 degrees for a straight line. Not just parallel lines, a straight line. The A and B in the centre would be 180 if it's a straight line. But regardless of the elevations, the sum of the interior angles are anywhere must be 180 if the zeniths are parallel. A straight line crossing two parallel lines will result in reciprocal angles that add up to 180. If they add up to more, then the zeniths diverge. I guess he's right. It's a bit geometric. I'll be sorting that out. It's an excellent argument. So I stated that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, and plumb and level are perpendicular, and all right angles are equal. So I said diverging verticals would surely have to falsify either or both of those. The fact that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, or that level and plumb are perpendicular. And Doofus Manfred said, no. To which Bacon said, it would falsify plumb line at location A. So Doofus and Bacon have a problem, obviously. Doofus says no, and Bacon says it would falsify plumb line at location A being not perpendicular to the level line at location B. But it wouldn't falsify that plumb line at A is perpendicular to level at A. That's good. And then here we go, look. Protothad has done a drawing, right? Here you go, Bev. Since your diagram did not have any distances or elevations filled in, I made a few assumptions to assign some reasonable numbers. Assuming each zenith location is at exactly the same elevation and are about 10 miles apart, each zenith would diverge by about 0.14 degrees from each other. So something like this. And he's done a drawing there where these aren't perpendicular anymore. So he's falsified the perpendicularity in his drawing. And Doofus said that wouldn't happen. He said no. But then Protothad's actually done a drawing showing non-perpendicularity. But he says, of course, in the real world, you are unlikely to have all your sighting locations at exactly the same height. So in reality, it would be something more like this. But the total divergence between our adjacent zeniths remains the same. And then, yeah. There you go. So again, he's falsified perpendicularity between plumb and level. Unsure whether they're going to do vertical and horizontal. I think what they do with the verticals and horizontals is have the horizontals diverging at a midpoint, whereas they have level being not perpendicular. Fascinating stuff. I knew we'd get there at the end. So thank you, Protothad. Protothad says, they are not horizontal. You are just aiming your theodolites at each other. Because that's what you do. Aiming theodolites at each other. Protothad. Styly. I'm reading whatever angle they decline from the zenith. If the elevations are close to the same, they should be close to horizontal, but unlikely to be exactly that. The point is that the reciprocal zenith angles would add up to 180 exactly if the zeniths are parallel. That is basic geometry. But in the real world, we always get more than that. in the real world, they don't do reciprocal zenith. They don't do it. It's a thing that they've borrowed from the astronomers. Really weird that think surveyors do that. See if you can find one that does it. In the real world, we always get more than that. The excess increases with distance. And then Fusely Jerry says, but there's sloping horizontals, look. And he does the equipotential angle of adjustment, although he doesn't follow him on long enough. And Protothad says, well, yes, the horizontal from one location will diverge from the horizontal at a different location, just as the zeniths diverge. We simply don't notice it over short distances because the change is so gradual. Note that in my 20 miles example, the total divergence is still just a small fraction of a degree. Enough to measure, but still small. Equipotential angle of adjustment. It's small, but measurable. Protothad.
Some say that it is unmeasurable.
Well, Protothad says it's measurable. Jesse Kozlowski says it's measurable. Lots of other people have said it's measurable. George even tried to give us a method for doing it. Shout out, George. Sack. God rest his soul. I'm hoping somebody else is going to pick up on it. Kenny says, horizontal is normal to the direction of the force of gravity at one point. That is the technical definition. That's the technical definition for horizontal, if you didn't know. Kenny Eaton says, horizontal is normal to the direction of the force of gravity at one point. That is the technical definition. So you can take that to the bank. You can trust that. We're doing educational stuff. You'll like this one as well. Doofus Manfred.
But still, this horizontal on their model has to be curved because gravity is around the center point. If gravity in their model is at the center point, horizontal has to be curved. There is no other way.
Yeah.
Cannot be straight.
Well, I think this shows it. Fusely says it's weird what water does when it isn't horizontal, isn't it? And Doofus Manfred says he's got some arrows pointing to lines, and he says flat earth, straight lines. It looks like they're perpendicular, like the graph paper with all of the points perpendicular, like that other guy said a bit earlier. That's the flat earth one. He's labelled it some way, some reason. This is horizontal, right? And then he's put in the middle, he's put F.E. Strawman of spherical earth. That's the one where there's a tangent. Right? You've all heard of the tangent. A straight line on top of a ball. I think Rumpus drew a load of that, right? That's what Rumpus is famous for drawing, that one. That's the F.E. Strawman spherical earth, according to Doofus. But that's the one that Rumpus has been drawing for a long time. So that one that Rumpus has been drawing, according to Doofus, that's the F.E. Strawman. So Rumpus has been drawing the F.E. Strawman. Right? And at the bottom one, as you said earlier, horizontal has to curve. There you go. There it is. Spherical earth. Curved horizontal. the actual one. Interesting, that, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, it is interesting that this is Effie Strawman. I would say that it is Rumpus Strawman.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, they're trying to
Rumpus
pass it
was-
off as
was
though it's
the first.
flat Earth, but it's Rumpus. Unless what he's saying is that Rumpus is actually flat Earth society, and he has been handing out the idea of things to flat Earthers. That now the flat Earthers are meant to be taking the blame for all of the bullshit drawings that Rumpus has been doing. But it's good to see that after all this time, they finally feel comfortable admitting that horizontals are curves on their model, of course. And then I did this one.
Not real model.
Yeah, not the real globe. The dogmatic globe that they've had. And this is one that I started to develop this as a conversation, right, to get in with anyone. North and south, east and west are perpendicular, aren't they, I say? Or do you not believe they are? Because I was struggling to get an answer out of Eggshells. Eggshells says, you tell me about this claim of yours, I'm all ears. See the question, and the question says north, south, and east, west are perpendicular, aren't they? Or do you not believe they are? To which Eggshell says, you tell me about this claim of yours. I'm all ears. Just so everybody understands the type of conversation you can't have with people. Because they're purposely put there to obfuscate and not. So can you see a claim that I made? This is very similar to a guy that we had come round here. Used to call himself the Flat Earth Messiah. He came round here at the weekend saying similar sort of things to this. That asking a question was you making a claim or a statement. Why do people not understand what questions are? Difference between a question and a claim. Particularly people like Eggshells. Put there. Blue Marble replies back with, I'll take Cardinal compass directions for $500, Alex. Cardinal directions, north, south, east and west are best described as, this is a Blue Marble quiz, so everybody's answering. I want everybody's answer. Cardinal directions, north, south, east and west are best described as 1. Perpendicular. 2. Parallel. 3. Just letters. 4. Radials.
I say perpendicular.
You say 1. Anyone else wanting to hazard a guess of the Blue Marble Science quiz?
Yes, of course. On compass, you can see that on your compass. So it creates, of course, 2 perpendiculars. No problem.
Okay.
Well, we all know Blue Marble is a liar, so I say perpendicular.
Anyone else? Right, so Blue Marble says, I say, do you think that perpendicularity extends to plumb and level as it does to north, south, east and west? And Blue Marble replies with, I think you're obsessed with trivial arguments designed to go nowhere for no reason. I say, they're just simple questions, Blue. Perpendicular is a fundamental. I can see why you find them difficult to answer, though. So Blue Marble goes over it and says, let's recap then. Apparently, based on his answer, Bev thinks north is perpendicular to south and east can be perpendicular to west. Would you like a mulligan, Bev? And he posts the thing again.
Yeah, I see that. It's silly. That.
So what did you reckon about that? You guys were tricked by Blue Marble. You said that north and south could be perpendicular to each other.
Was I asleep when I made that claim?
Well,
'Cause I don't
you
remember
just said
making
they
that
were
claim.
perpendicular.
So he thinks that north and south are separate lines?
Well, that's where I go to next. I say, do you separate north from south? Genuine question.
Let's do, right?
And Blue Marble says, of course. They're opposite directions. Opposite. Not perpendicular, but you think they're perpendicular. Blue just thinks they're not. They're not on the same line. They're opposite.
Yeah, they are on the same line, but opposite directions. So, of course, he's saying about vectors, not direction, because direction is one. With one line, we have one direction, like vertical. So it would be up and down. This is one direction.
Yeah.
Two vectors, different vectors.
I
But
say
one
just
direction.
that. I say, I see. I don't. I see them as opposite ends of the same line. But Blue Marble separates them. Or maybe he just separated them so he could say that I think that they're perpendicular. The type of dishonesty that comes from these Blue Marble scientists is... it's outrageous, really. I was on Twitter. I've been letting everybody know exactly what I've been doing. I've considered this amazing time. I say I've been taking notes for years. They haven't changed their game or gained an argument. Keep an eye out for my findings coming soon. So I was just talking to a random person who was talking to somebody about the Twitter trolls. And Kenny Eaton from a bit earlier, the one that's given also the technological advice for the definitions of horizontal at a point. Kenny E decides to reply saying, I've fallen asleep a couple of 100 times waiting for your proof. Worse than waiting watching paint dry. So of a night time, Ken, I don't know whether that could be like 200 nights in a row, or, you know, like occasionally has nights where he falls asleep not thinking about me. It's hard to tell. I don't know how long this has been going on with, but 200 times according to him. Fallen asleep a couple of 100 times watching your proof, waiting for your proof. Worse than watching paint dry. He seems to get to sleep doing it though, so hey. He says satellites have measured Earth to be a sphere many, many times since you first mentioned your proof, but we'll still debunk it for you anyway. Like they've debunked perpendicularity, level and horizontal. Okay. And I've been over to check out this other channel, of which somebody handed me George Sack's Rainy Lake thing, but it's from Walter Bislin's blog, so it looks like Walter Bislin has took ownership of the nutsack proof, which we will have to go over eventually when we get round to going over what George and the bullshitters are doing. So I say, what's the argument? You know, where's the Rainy Lake argument? Because apparently it's an advanced Bedford level thing. And Jeffrey says, you didn't want measurement of curvature? Because he thinks that Rainy Lake is a measurement of curvature. You want words explaining how Earth is curved? Okay then. Get ready. As you get further away from something, like you're on a boat and sailing away from the Statue of Liberty, it disappears from the bottom up. This is a result of you going over the curve of the Earth. This is not explained by refraction, compression, viewing angle, angle of attack, or whatever some might chalk it up to. Curve. Oh, see, I don't know whether I got any more. We did, actually. He quite honestly said that he imagines a drop from your position of the water level. The drop. So there you go. He's got he imagines there is a drop in the distance to the water. Jesse Kozlowski said it's measurable. I think George said it was measurable. I think a lot of people have claimed to measured this non-perpendicularity of these lines here. It's been claimed by a lot of people that they've done that. So be prepared that very soon there is going to be one of the biggest conspiracy things that anybody has ever heard of. These guys are going to let you know, apparently. Can you guess? Can anybody guess? He's added an angle here to this perpendicular. And as we know, this is a straight line. I think they're falsifying perpendicular. Anytime anybody's ever said perpendicular, you're going to find out it's a lie. Can't be. It's not allowed to be. These dogmatic globe model believers are going to try to have one of the biggest conspiracy theories. I think it's a theory, right? It's got to be a conspiracy theory, hasn't it? Or do you reckon they've proved it? Do you reckon, who reckons that the blue marble science has actually proved this non-perpendicularity of plumb and level?
He's always assuming that. So This
Well,
is
they have no
affliction.
proof.
Well, he's got to have proof, haven't he? Right? You can't be just sort of saying it's a conspiracy theory.
No, they don't have proof. Everybody knows this. They don't have proof. They have evidence, not proof.
Or would you not call somebody writing some numbers down in a book? In pencil?
I can do that also. Yes, I can do that.
Really? I bet
Yes.
could you get them to add up more than 180 degrees?
I could do that. Yes, I can draw
Okay.
anything I want.
See, there you go.
in
Tis
my-
globe. Papers confirmed it. He can also write down some numbers in a book and prove that verticals aren't perpendicular. There you go. Anyone can do it.
Yes, this globe for everyone.
Can write down some numbers in a book and prove that perpendiculars, verticals aren't perpendicular. Sorry, plums. Even though there's no plumb bobs in the thing. But you've seen him do it. You've definitely seen him do it. Guy goes by the name of the Maine Surveyor. He's obviously not a surveyor, and judging by the amount of lying he does, you can't really tell whether he's from Maine either. Just a YouTube character. I am going to be going over all of that sort of stuff, though. It's my mission. Going over it and making some videos. Getting good at making the videos again. Right, there is a couple of brilliant arguments wrapped up in that. But, like I say, I'm holding my horses because I've got to start making some money somewhere. So we're going to be unleashing some of the real globe arguments and real globe proofs that just prove reality or go to prove reality. Right, let me get this. Right now, this. Blue Marbles in the chat. Welcome, Blue Marble Science. On the Blue Marble Science account. Welcome. Yes, Blue. I have loads of tests that I'm planning. The ones called the Realizing Euclid tests. As everybody knows, we actually do tests. Blue Marbles in the chat asking us, should we do some more? I think we should do some more. Yes, Blue. Think we might be starting a GoFundMe coming soon. So you can contribute to that, Blue, to the test. Do the tests yourself. That's a good one, isn't it? And it wouldn't be to show the world it's a hoax. It would be to show people reality and how you can have proofs within reality. A very noble cause, I would have thought, Blue Marble Science. I was hoping that you were going to come and get involved with it. It being the real globe and all, we should be able to get a collab going. Blue, I'm not too sure that I'll leave you to do the test of the perpendicularity. Of well, I don't know. The perpendicular. Falsifying perpendicularity with Blue Marble Science. Right now, this one here that we've got, this video. This is it's called auto level abuse with Ruhif. Auto level abuse with Ruhif. It's only a 19-minute video on one of my playlists. And again, I don't know whether everybody yes, Blue, obviously. We'll be getting round to going over your videos. Nobody's scared of anything. Don't worry about it, Blue. We can handle a good conversation about an argument. Your argument seems a little bit silly. I don't think you understand what you're arguing for. But shadow giants help you out. Okay, now I'm going to play this from the beginning. Then I can just nip to the toilet. Here we go.
3 coplanar points. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
On the level.
The way I phrase it is a monument to the curvature of the Earth. It really is.
Level.
It really is.
Level.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
You cannot measure an angle with that device.
Yes, you can.
Right, okay.
I just did it. That's what that picture is.
That's a picture of you doing what?
That picture is me measuring an angle below horizontal with an auto level, not a theodolite.
Okay, yes, fair enough. No, there's
Zooming
no zoom.
doesn't change that there's 10 milliradians.
There is no zoom on an auto level.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, you just click on it as you would a normal other person and mute it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is probably sort of these videos that I'm going to be going back over again, doing this sort of format. I do quite like the idea of this. So what we've just heard there are 2 clips that you will hear within the actual video. So this is now Ruhif explaining what we call auto level abuse. A lot of people have taken this up. Pretend it's DP.
Hang on, I mute Groovy. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. What's the show? Like, what are they playing?
It's Jose's live show at the moment.
Oh, live. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Bev said he agrees that there's 10 milliradians between the stadia.
Who said that? What?
What did you just say a minute ago? That's exactly what I told you about the stadia hairs when we were on Brandon's.
Yeah, how they work.
Yeah, by using a reticle with marks of a known angular spacing. What do you think that means?
Well, it's fixed into the optics, right?
Yeah, known angular spacing. What do you think known angular spacing means?
It's the distance between the lines, right?
Yeah, in what units?
What do you mean?
Angular. It says angular spacing. So what units are they talking about?
Yeah, but it's not a device for measuring angles.
It can measure angles because it is a known angular spacing. What do you think known angular spacing means?
Right. It's measuring horizontal, nothing more.
You can measure angle with it.
It don't measure angles, Ruhif.
That's exactly what the stadia marks are.
Let me find
They're
something.
10
Which one are
milliradians
you
apart.
looking in there? Right, okay. Now, I don't know why I had to go looking for it, but I did. I went looking for some stuff for you, just specifically for you.
Oh, thanks, Jen.
I can't remember.
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
But you agree there's a known angular spacing between the stadia marks?
It's based on triangles, right? Isosceles triangles. Okay. So on screen right now, you can see a depiction of the auto level and how it works through the spacing. Anyone tell me where the angle is in that? you can see this bit here. That's the angle that Ruhif's talking about, right? This angle at O.
Yes, it would be this middle crosshair, I think. Line C.
Well, the angle's there in between those two bits, right?
Yeah.
But these are the bits that you see. So where is this angle in relation to the auto level?
In your eye, or
Yeah.
in ocular. If
Yeah.
auto level has ocular, so let's say in ocular.
It's right at the end of the lens. And it's just the spacing in between two lines that you're looking through. There is no angle to be measured within this. It's a known spacing. So bear that in mind, right? Although it says angle, it's just because it's forming an isosceles triangle. And this base will always be in proportion to the distance it is away, because it is an isosceles triangle. It's the only way it works. Particularly with these lines there. Parallel. Have to be parallel for this to work. That's the only thing, the relationship here. There is no angle here. These have to be measured and parallel. Otherwise, this whole thing doesn't work. So this is Ruhif trying to explain this.
Sure.
Well, it's a triangle, right? It's based on similar triangles. Then guess what?
Yeah, with a known angle.
Yes.
Yes.
But
Okay. We agree that you can measure an
angle. No, we don't.
Oh, I see. That picture's up there. The crosshair, reticle, like it shows there. And here, eye position. So you were right. That bit there's your eye, and this is the crosshair. There is no angle measurement in between here and there. Just doesn't exist. No such thing. Yeah, this is what Ruhif's going to try and do us. And this is the basis of you can do fuck all with an angle. This is Ruhif. This is how Ruhif tries to pretend he can get this distance here from the angle. He does away with the actual geometric principles and tries to fool people into this angle here. Now, he's got a lot of people to play the game with him so far, Ruhif. Namely, Nathan Oakley, QE, Brian's Logic, all of the guys. It's working quite well for him because what they do is they just don't bother talking to other people who can debunk it. It's just geometric argumentation. Ruhif, sophistry.
Yes, okay, we agree that you can measure an angle.
No, we don't agree that you can measure angles with an auto level. You can't.
There are 10 milliradians between Stadia marks. Do you agree with that, yes or no?
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
It's based on the focal length, isn't it, of the optical device that you're using?
No, focal length is basically zoom.
No, there's
Zooming
no zoom.
doesn't change. There's 10 milliradians.
There is no zoom on an auto level.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. No, there isn't, Ruhif. You lying shit.
By the way, if it were it would be impossible to measure angle because changing focal length of any optical device is screwing up any angle measurement because you are changing angle.
You're changing the triangle, aren't you?
Yes,
you're trying
changing
to keep the
triangle.
similar triangles, and if you've got a changing focal length, then you
Yes, you are
don't have the
changing
same triangle.
You are changing literally refraction rate. So if the focal length is fixed, it means that you are sure that rays incoming at certain angle will go out at certain angle, fixed. But if you are changing focal length, it means that you are changing whole proportion between what is before lens and after lens. You are changing everything. You will screw up whole measurement.
So this is Ruhif proving that he doesn't know what an auto level is. There's no zoom on telescopes, and there's no zoom on theodolites, and there's no zoom on this sort of stuff. The auto level. They're all fixed focal lengths. You can put a new eyepiece in to get more magnification, but you don't have zoom. You have zoom on a P1000, P900.
I would say that on telescopes attached to camera, I would say that there are. You can zoom because photographers are using telescopic telescopes attached to camera, and they can zoom. So then they can, but it has to be attached to camera. So they are adding another lens.
Yeah, well, I say like a telescope, the one that I've got. Yeah, you just change in and out of lenses or eyepieces. But I was mainly meaning the theodolite and the auto level for for measurement purposes.
No, so
yeah, you can't pimp your auto level to get a bigger zoom on it. Put an extra piece on it.
Stadia hairs would be more complicated.
Yeah,
I would say impossible to measure.
So let's listen to Ruhif again, showing that he has no idea about these tools. Listen.
No, there's
Zooming
no zoom.
doesn't change. There's 10 milliradians.
There is no zoom on an auto level.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Zoom?
Oh, hang on, Siri. Shush.
Siri.
My auto level has a 32 times zoom. It's fixed. It's not a variable zoom.
It is not zoom. Zoom means that you are changing focal point. This is zoom, that you are able to zoom. Zoom is verb generally. So
he's got a
you have to
32
do
times
something.
magnification, and he thinks that's a fixed zoom. Well, we can let him off, right? It's Ruhif. It's not as if he's trying to tell us that you can measure an angle with an auto level and he knows about the tool, is it? You know, this is sophistry of the highest order of people that have been fooling everybody for years. We've not been just sitting around here doing nothing. We've been watching people. Listen to it. Like I did it. Yeah, you can. I'll put the search in for you. Copy. Right. So I just did a search then. Advantages and disadvantages of auto levels.
Is this in debate? There we go.
I've put it there for you. Have a look. No,
You
just
might
have a
get
look.
Confused with the focus knob.
Yeah.
No. I've got a fixed zoom on mine. It's a 32
They're
times
all
magnification.
fixed. Yes, they are all fixed because
them Stadia hairs are fixed to the focal length of the device.
And how
You
what is the
cannot
angular
have a zoom.
What is the angular spacing between the
Just
marks? You
have a
agree with
look.
what I
Do
quoted
us-
from Wikipedia?
Just have a look at the disadvantage for us, will you? In that one.
Yeah, I know what that
Right.
means.
So
I know what it means when it
What?
says vertical angles can't be measured. It means you can't rotate it in that axis to measure.
you can't. It means you cannot measure an angle.
No, it does
It
not mean
does.
that.
Look, it does not mean that. It says vertical angles cannot be measured. Horizontal angle is measured in the auto level is not very accurate. So the on the azimuthal plane, it does have a little markings around the collar that you can sort of measure angles on the horizontal, the turn, the azimuthal angle. But vertical angles, none, can't. You cannot measure vertical angles with an auto level. States it right there. I just done one search and found that. Let's see where we go with it.
It does not mean that. It just means it's not a theodolite that you can rotate on that axis.
Did you hear that? Like, I don't know whether anybody else can hear this, but you can hear him laughing. I think I can hear it. Listen to it again.
In that one.
Yeah, I know what that
Right.
means.
So
I know what it means when it
What?
says vertical angles can't be measured. It means you can't rotate it in that axis to measure.
You can't. It means you cannot measure an angle.
No, it does
It
not mean
does.
that. It does not mean that. It just means it's not a theodolite that you can rotate on that axis.
You hear that? Anyone else hear that? Big fucking grin on his face as he's saying this, as he's blatantly lying, saying it doesn't rotate on the axis. That's what it means.
Cannot measure an angle.
No, it does
It
not
does.
mean that. It does not mean that. It just means it's not a theodolite that you can rotate on that axis.
He's laughing.
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
How? What is the angle between the Stadia marks? Wikipedia tells you, and you agree with it.
Oh, look.
Known angular spacing.
This is what I said first off, right? Vertical angles cannot be measured with an
all that
auto
means
level.
is it's not a theodolite.
No, all that means is you've just said you can measure an angle with an
you
auto
can.
level. You cannot. It says it there.
Yes, you can.
There's only two disadvantages of an auto level. One
That
of
just
them,
means you can't rotate it in that axis.
and well, I'll look at the other one. The horizontal angle is measured, is the auto. It's not very accurate. That's the only
agree with that one.
two disadvantages. One of them says you cannot measure an angle in the vertical, which is what you did.
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
You can measure it relative to horizontal to plus or minus 5 milliradians.
Yeah, I know. This is where we go all of the time with you, right?
Yeah,
Ruhif?
because
Definitions mean
you've
nothing,
agreed-
even
you've agreed
if they're in the
with
civil
what I quoted from
engineering
Wikipedia.
text. There's only two disadvantages. It's one of them.
You have agreed with what I quoted from Wikipedia.
Ruhif,
that there's
I
a
have
known
told
angular
you,
spacing.
God knows how many times, an auto level is not a device for measuring vertical angles.
You can measure plus or minus 5 milliradians from horizontal. That is what the Stadia marks are.
See, Ruhif's saying this because he's got a video. He's since taken these videos off show. People can't see them. You have to be handed them to him. But this is a screenshot from a video I saw Ruhif take to Ranties. So that's where I saw Ruhif doing this. And I had to go over there and point out to Ranty that you can't measure angles with an auto level like Ruhif claims to have done. Here, look, he's got an angle. And it becomes even more ridiculous when you realise what he's actually doing with it. And this is his phone. He admits that it's his phone, right? Anybody knows anything about surveying, the moment you put a phone on an auto level, it makes it not valid. It's not a valid way of measuring anything, taking a picture. Yet Ruhif knows there's a phone there. He's took a picture with a phone and then he's drawn a line on the picture and marked it with an angular measurement. Ruhif has literally drawn a line on a picture and called it an angle. Ruler on the picture. This is where it all came from. This is the precursor to Ranty's ruler on a picture. This is who taught Ranty to put rulers on pictures, pretend it's an angle. This is the setup. Ruhif was the originator. It's not what that says, is it?
Yeah, that's saying that it's not a theodolite. You can't rotate.
Civil today.
Yeah,
right.
Would you like me
Civil
to contact
engineering.
The author. Would you like me to contact the author? Would you?
You just contact anyone you want, right?
Yeah,
and
but
ask
what
them
happened?
how you can measure an angle with a device that isn't meant for measuring angles. You see that on the screen there? Ruhif did actually contact the fella that had the website. Ruhif sends hi Iqbal. Someone has pointed me to your website and shown me this page. And he puts a link to the page. He says, which says the disadvantage of an auto level is that, he puts it in inverted commas, vertical angles cannot be measured. I think I understand what you mean here, and I want to check that my understanding matches yours. Can you let me know if you agree or disagree with the following? This is all about an auto level not being able to measure vertical angles. So Ruhif says, one, that there is a three-way relationship between the actual height of an object, its angular height, and its distance. If we know two of those variables, we can work out the third. We only have one. We can't work out the other two. So Ruhif says there, if you only got one, like one angle, you can't do anything with it, right? In Ruhif's understanding.
That's good.
That's good, yeah. It seems weird that he's gone with the you can do fuck all with an angle, right? Why he's says you can. Or he's sold it to Nathan Oakley that you can. Or he's sold it to Nathan Oakley that he thinks you can, even though he's wrote down that you can't. Two, the stadia hairs in the reticle are, by design, placed 10 milliradians apart. And that is how we are able to convert the measurements between the stadia marks on the grade rod into a distance. That is, if the grade rod measures 50 centimeters between the stadia, then we multiply by 100 and we know that rod is approximately 50 meters away. The relationship within the thing. That is 1 to 100 relationship works because the angular distance between the stadia hairs is 1/100th of a radian, or 10 milliradians. That's interesting, isn't it? It's the distance is placed 10 milliradians apart. And that is how we are able to convert the measurements between the stadia marks and the grade rod to the grade rod. Because the stadia hairs is 1/100th of a radian, or 10 milliradians. What, milliradian to what?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I cannot comment on that because I don't know specification.
He's trying to get the angle sorted, right? But obviously the tool doesn't measure vertical angles. But he's trying to link the angle at the eye with the device somehow.
But it would mean that it is given this distance between stadia hairs.
Right, well, remember, it's a disadvantages of an auto level, right? And then number 4 for Ruhif. That theodolites are much more useful tool for measuring vertical angles because the telescope can rotate on the axis and therefore measure a vertical angles to plus or 90 degrees. It's about the disadvantages of an auto level. Why is he trying to discuss with the guy about theodolites being better at measuring vertical angles? A theodolite is a tool for measuring vertical angles, whereas an auto level cannot measure any vertical angles at all. He says that an auto level, while not the ideal tool for the purpose, is capable of measuring 5 milliradians above or below the horizontal. In other words, just restating that there are 10 milliradians between the stadia marks.
Oh, okay, I got what he is going to, where he is going to. If there is an angular distance between stadia marks and it is 10 milliradians, whatever, this is fixed. So you cannot measure angle because you have this angle and this angle is fixed with focal length, etc. And this distance between your eye and stadia hairs, it gives you an angle, given angle. You cannot change it, and it works for measuring distances, but it is fixed. So you cannot change angle. To measure angle, you have to change angle, and you cannot do that with auto level. So
Yeah,
this angle
all
is
you've
fixed.
got is 2 lines.
Yes, I know.
So there is no angle to measure, is the point, right? The tool isn't designed for measuring vertical angles, and all you have to base your frame of reference off is 2 lines on a screen, right? There, it's on a sheet of glass that's within the thing.
Yes, but I'm saying that you have to have, if you want to measure distance using stadia hairs, you have to have some angle.
You have to have those 2 lines at a distance either above or below the center line.
Yes, and between these lines and your eye, it is an angle. It is an angular distance, and this distance is fixed. And when you are using measuring rod at different distances, you can measure how far you are, because you I think
no, you can't. The whole point of the principle of the stadia hairs are so you need to have a vertical measurement that you can look at and measure that distance. It's a measurement over there, right? Now, you can't take the measuring rod away and say that you're measuring an angle, can you?
No.
No, well, that's what Ruhif is trying to say.
No. I'm saying angle is fixed. So you know this angle. Let's give him this
I wouldn't, like, again, yes, conceptually, yes, but how would you measure that angle? You can't. And nobody has ever measured that angle in order to get this.
It is given. It is fixed, and this angle gives you this proportion 1:100. That's the idea.
Well, I would say that the distance between the hairs is what gives you the relationship of 1:100. Because like what you could do is, without measuring an angle, you could stand at a distance away and then make sure that whatever is read within the scope is that proportion, and you could just keep replacing these hairs, putting in different reticules in and out until you get what the number that you want.
Yes, but I'm saying about this triangle is between Stadia hairs and your eye. Yeah. This is this triangle, original, and it has an angle. This initial angle at point 0, it was marked, or whatever. It is given. And this angle gives you this ratio, 1:100. So you cannot change it. It is given, and you don't, you are not measuring angles. You are measuring measuring rod in inches. So you are not measuring angle. Absolutely. Because this ratio is given, it's fixed, so you have a fixed isosceles triangle here.
Yep.
That's why you can measure distances.
Yeah, it's proportional.
Yes, it is same proportion.
Yeah, the length is in proportion to the base. The height of the triangle, it would be in proportion to the base. Half length times height, right?
Yeah, so it would be upper Stadia hairs. That would be, let's say, this arm, upper arm, let's say, or side. Middle crosshair would be this height, I think, and this other side, lower side, would be this lower Stadia hairs, and it is going to your eye and creates triangle with fixed angle, whatever it is fixed and gives you this ratio. So you don't need to bother with measuring any angles because this angle is fixed forever.
Yeah, but the similar triangles are fixed by the angle.
Yeah. This initial angle in your, let's say, in your eye, or maybe rather in ocular. I'm not sure, but still it is fixed.
Yeah, it works.
It works. It is fixed. So this triangle, whole triangle, is fixed. So you are not changing anything, because using triangle to measure some angle, you have to change triangle. Yes.
Yeah.
But you are not doing that. Absolutely.
This is the bridge of asses. Proposition 4. Euclid's elements. The angles at the base of an isosceles triangle are equal.
Yes, it is based on that. So,
yeah.
So the whole triangle is fixed in auto level, and you cannot change anything here.
He's got at the bottom here as well. This is Ruhif explaining to the people that the 1:100 distance calculation will not be perfectly, he's made that big and underlined it, will not be perfectly accurate, because a radian is a measurement of an arc while the measurement of the grade rod is fully perpendicular to the instrument, effectively a chord on the circle.
No.
Yeah,
No,
let me
this is-
finish. But because of the very small field of view, the calculated distance will be close enough, inverted commas.
No, you're absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
No. It is based on isosceles triangle, and isosceles triangle has this base. So this rod, this is base of isosceles triangle. So you are just moving farther away, and you are moving this base of triangle.
Yeah, the geometric principles are obviously something that we can go over, and I'd like to go over properly in a video anyway, because it's exactly the sort of shit that we do. But for the argument wise, I'm pointing out here is that what Ruhif did, he said you could measure an angle through an auto level, and you can't. And in order to get around that, Ruhif is sending an email. Who's that? Have we got a crap mic?
Kevin.
Kev. Yeah, and in order to get around him being caught out, stating that a tool can do something that it literally cannot, he's trying to get them to change through email. Ruhif literally did this.
Hey, I just want to thank Kevin for making me not feel so singled out for the hot mics.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're
Thank you
welcome.
very much. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say
Appreciate
I'd like to say it's not my fault, but it's my mic's fault. But that's all right. Sorry, guys.
No problem. We'll carry on with this for a bit.
It can measure plus or minus 5 milliradians from horizontal. That is what the Stadia marks are. Would you like me to contact the author?
You know how Stadia hairs work, right?
I do.
Right.
You agree how they work.
There is a relationship in the size compared to the length or the distance.
Right.
Yeah.
So the relationship is there are three components, right? There is the actual size, there is the angular size.
Perspective compression is a function
I don't know what that means.
Of distance. In the distance,
Do you agree?
As something goes away from you, it gets smaller. Correct?
Yes.
We call that perspective compression, because what you're seeing to your perspective is getting compressed into the device. Right.
Size.
So, well, now, what we do, because of the Stadia hairs and the function that they are within the thing, we can, because we know the size of the object and the amount of compression, we can work out a distance that is away from the device.
What is the relationship between those three things?
It's just a function of distance, right?
Yeah, but there's a relationship between three variables, right? Actual size, angular size, and distance. If you have two of those, you can work out the third. Do you agree?
No,
with
one of them's just put into the lens, isn't it? And you do the other two.
How is it put into the lens, for fuck's sake?
It's just a slide, right?
You don't just mark
the
random
crosshairs.
Stadia marks.
Yeah, the crosshairs
are
are put
just randomly placed.
See, here we go again. Ruhif's trying to put an angle into it. It's just a reticule with lines on it. I guess you could work out an angle afterwards, backtrack it, and calculate an angle, but there's no way you could measure an angle there.
No, you have angle, but you don't have distance. So all you do with this, you are measuring because you know the height or not height, sorry,
You need the
base length of the baseline of this triangle.
the size, let's say.
Yes,
You have, because that's one of the things. You have to be able to have a verifiable size. You have to be able to know what that size of the actual size, 1-to-1, of that thing in the distance is.
Yes, so this is your measuring rod. So
Yeah.
you know this. So and of course, if you are going away, the more measuring rod you have to use to cover this Stadia hairs. So you have given number of this inches in Stadia hair to cover distance between Stadia hairs, or even between Stadia hair and the middle, because it is isosceles triangle. So you don't need really to use from upper to down Stadia hair, because you can divide this triangle into two right angle triangles. But still, you have this base length, and then you can just calculate height of this isosceles triangle, because you have given angles. Always these angles are the same, they are fixed. They give you this ratio 1 to 100, and you can recalculate this with given baseline. This is as I understand that, how it works.
I was amazed when I came into this, knowing that how an auto level works, and this particular thing, Stadia hairs and the relationship, stadiometric range finding, because I'd heard a lot of talk about what they call a perspective, whereas this one is actually how they measure things. You can actually use the geometric principles within these devices that nobody had ever mentioned before, apart from us. We were the only people that did it and went over it. And then Ruhif came to tell us it was about an angle, when it obviously wasn't. And it was sort of what I call a distraction, because they've always been claiming all sorts of ridiculous things about what happens within optics. Yet here you have a verifiable geometric principle that's been implanted in every optical measuring device there is.
Yes, it means that surveyors are utilizing geometric principles of optics and perspective, and it is working.
And they know it, right? There is no flirt perspective. There's actual realistic knowing geometrically about the perspective principles in reality.
Yeah.
And yet nobody, still to this day, nobody's ever talked about it in the way that it should be dealt with, the actual geometric principles. That's because certain people don't like the idea of parallels, apparently.
But photographers and cameramen, they are using it also. They also need to know how it works, because they are using zoom and zooming out, zooming in, using aperture. It is always working with perspective. So many people know how to use that. It has to work. So for photographer, it is just normal knowledge for him. This is not magic knowledge.
It is one of the off-limit talking points within this arena that we've been in. Not surprisingly, because of the principles involved in it. This is why I think Ruhif decided that he would do all of this. Not because it makes any sense, but it's just a very good obfuscation technique. to stop people from looking at the actual geometric principles involved. Trying to confuse people with an angle. It won't be the last time that people do this. Definitely not the first time. They've been doing it for years. Confusing people with angles.
No, they are
They're
put in
placed
there
10 milliradians apart.
at 1 to 100 scale, right?
Yeah, what does 1 to 100 mean? It means 10 milliradians. That's what it means.
Wouldn't that change because of the difference in the focal length of the device?
No, it's fixed.
So you don't think that has anything to do with the focal length of the device, right? You think they're just sort of what, magic hairs that you can just pull out with your arse and put in there? No.
You think they're magic hairs.
No, I know what they're there
10
for.
milliradians apart.
I know what they're there for.
I'm going to contact this author.
You think
this is going to be hilarious.
You think that
he thinks that the two lines on the reticule are spaced 10 milliradians apart. But you don't space lines an angular distance apart. That's fucking ridiculous.
I don't know how they, in process of production, they do that. But still, of course, angle is fixed, and it gives you this ratio. And of course, changing focal length, it means that this triangle would be different. So a different triangle would give you different ratio. So you would not have this 1 to 100 anymore if you would change focal length. So it cannot be changing of focal length anyhow in the process of measuring.
I'd say, right, that if you say you don't know, Ruhif's game is half worked. Because the reticule is a little plastic thing, it's a circular piece, that has the crosshairs on it. Right now, if you can imagine that those crosshairs, the distance between them is an angle, then he's already got you. To imagine that line as an angle.
No, I am not saying that this line it's like object in your picture. It has some angular size. So distance between crosshairs gives you some angular size, and it is given. Maybe it is this 10 milliradians or whatever, but it is given. Just angular size, given fixed angular size of crosshairs. So it doesn't change anything, that this is fixed and you cannot do that anything with that.
Yeah. Wow. Somebody asking in the chat. No, Earth is not flat. It's obviously and observably not flat. I know it may be contentious, but that's the way it is, I'm afraid. In reality, it's not flat.
that they are there to measure an angle. I'm telling you.
That's how they work.
They are not.
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
That is how they work, Bev.
They work because of the relationship between similar triangles.
Yes.
Yes.
The relationship is...
Well, triangles, guess what? Triangles are made up of 3 angles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one do you think we have?
Which one do you think you measure?
Yeah,
you don't, you dickhead. You don't. You don't measure angles with it. It's just a relationship between a distance and another distance, right? It's just the relationship of two parts of a triangle. The rest of it is put into
the relationship
device.
between actual size, angular size, and distance? Do you understand that relationship?
Yes, it's built into the triangle, right, isn't it?
Right, so you've got the actual size and the distance, right?
Yeah,
Therefore, you can work out an angular size.
Look, I don't know what you are trying to do right now, because the conversation is, can you measure an angle with an auto level?
Yes, you can.
Simple answer is no, right? What you're doing
what
then,
are the
from
Stadia
then on
marks?
in, is you are trying to explain what the Stadia hairs do. So I will give it to you, right? Off you go. Please explain how you explain this, all of this angle measurement and what the Stadia hairs are there for. And go on.
Yeah, the Stadia hairs are 10 milliradians apart. Therefore, if you have either an actual size or a distance, you can work out the third variable because there is that three-way relation.
The third variable.
How are you working out the angular size or the distance or the size with only one measurement? You're saying you have an actual size, right? Something you measure on the rod.
A measuring rod, yes. You have a measuring rod, and they have known sizes on them. They are a known
they're
size.
actual sizes, right? They're
It's-
actual
it's
sizes.
yeah,
you've
real.
only got one component of that three-way relationship. How are you working out distance, which is the third component, without an angular size?
You just the distance that it is within the Stadia hairs, right? You measure. You look and see the numbers on the staff, right?
I understand how it works, Bev.
And then numbers, right? What you do is you get those numbers and times it by 100.
Why?
And then that will give you the distance you are away.
Yeah, why will it give you the distance?
I'm not bothered.
You understand the relationship between
because
the
of
three.
the...
So did you see what he did then? He asked me how to do it, and then when I told him how to do it, he said, why?
I think that he thinks that auto level is measuring angle, but this one angle is fixed and it helps you to find the distance. So already you have this angle already. So
it's
how
fixed.
It is fixed, yes. So you have this angle. So why he is insisting that you need to measure that angle, which is fixed, and this angular size is fixed.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he is.
It's because he's setting up. He's setting up the ranty and putting the ruler. He wants people to imagine that line in the distance is just an angle. It's not actually measured. You don't have to put anything there to measure it. All you need is the angle. And the angle can give you all of the other component parts of the triangle. That's what Ruhif is setting up here.
Yes, but this is completely false. Why? Because when you are measuring this with measuring rod, you are really going farther and farther away.
It's
you
an
can
actual
do
size. It's a known
Yes.
one-to-one relationship. Yeah.
Yes, and you are going. You cannot go in depth into the picture because picture is flat. So
Try
this is
telling that to Blue Marble Science. Try telling that to Chaiki. Try telling that to Ranty. Try telling that to Conspiracy Cats.
This is impossible. What they are trying to do, they are not doing anything really. But in order to measure distances between objects which are at different distances, you have to go inside of the picture away. This is impossible because picture is 2D. So this is just insane.
It also, there's only really one practical way of this actually working, right?
Yes, you have you need to be in the field and you have to go away with measuring rod. This is the only way you can measure anything. So on the picture, it's nothing.
You need to put the ruler actually in the picture. And the ruler needs to be actual size, real,
And
1-to-1.
Real and at real distance, not 2D distance, because we are not talking about picture of something, but we are talking about real distance. You are going away with this, and you are gaining distance, real distance. There is no distance in the picture, flat picture. There is no depth. It is 2D, but reality is 3D. You are going away with this measuring rod. That's why, that's how you are measuring a distance.
It's called stadiometric range finding for a
Yes,
distance.
so distance. Yes, so
You're
this
not,
depth.
you're not actually ever going to do stadiometric size finding. It's not
Yes.
the other part of it, right? Or the stadiometric angle measurement. But those are the two components that aren't ever done. There's only one that does, and you need to have the actual size of the object in the distance measured.
This is your measuring rod, yes.
Just for Blue Marble and Chaiki and all of that, you know. Just so they know that they've been fooled by Ruhif as well. Ruhif has led a lot of people down a very wrong path with this particular thing that Ruhif's doing here.
And by the way, this stadiometric range finding is the process of doing that is debunking this drop of level.
Yeah.
Because it works both ways. So you are, let's say, gaining size of this measuring rod, not only from bottom side, but from upper side also. Because if we have this middle crosshair, so measuring rod is gaining, let's say, size with distance, not only down, but also up.
Yeah, there's, like we say, it's an isosceles triangle. It's not a right angle, which is what you see in all of the pictures. You see people making right angles, whereas in actual reality, whenever anybody does anything this with the optical instruments, they're not using a right angle. They're using an isosceles, a doubling up of that. As above, so below.
Yes, so
as they say.
So it is dropping and going up also. So this is how distance is working with perspective gives you this increase of not angular size. Yes, you have to cover more measuring rod with distance. It means that your measuring rod is shrinking in perspective. It is,
so basically what this is, that if people wanted to do actual optical tests, actual in reality, and have some sort of understanding of how geometry works, sort of a realizing Euclid within optics, then this is ideal how to do it. Again, you can't fault this stuff. There are experts. It's placed within optical devices, measurement optical devices that have to be precise. These are to standards. You can't lie about any geometric understanding that goes into these tools. We've known about this for quite a while. We even took it to Ranti to see how that worked with the king of optics. He didn't understand. We've tried to show people like Ruhif, many other people about this. Tried to have a discussion with the surveyors, so-called surveyors, the role-playing surveyors, about this. Strangely enough, they didn't want to talk about it either. When we do try and talk to somebody about it, we end up with our mate Ruhif obfuscating. And I don't think he's helped anybody here.
No, I would say that he is helping to debunk that, because this lower side of isosceles triangle, this is it's going down. So this is what they call a drop from horizontal. This is it. This side of triangle, this bottom side of isosceles triangle, they call a drop from horizontal. This is it. And we know, and surveyors know, and everybody knows that this is not drop from horizontal.
And
but they call
everybody
it.
knows it's provable. I hope everybody understands that this stuff that we're talking about is actually provable within reality. And it will have to be falsified by a group of people that think you can measure vertical angles out of auto levels. They think circles are straight. There's not much point talking to people like this, to be honest. I don't know who wants to listen to actual proofs in reality, because you can't tell these people.
The relationship between triangles. Yeah,
Yes,
we all know
the
that.
angular
Geometry.
size.
Yeah.
Excellent. The angular size.
No, just to
relationship.
try. You're not measuring an angle, Ruhif. I don't know what you're trying to get out of something now, right? It's pretty obvious.
This just started when I pointed a auto level at the horizon and measured the angle, and you said you can't do it. I said absolutely you can.
Yes, so you don't measure an angle. That's exactly what I said, and that's what I
Yeah,
said
and you can.
eventually when you came in here. I said you don't measure an angle with an auto level. I've showed you a bit
You
in
can
it
measure an
where
angle
it
with an
says
auto level.
it's a disadvantage of the device that you can't measure a
All
vertical
that means,
angle.
I will ask this guy. I will say, do you mean here that you're basically saying that it's not a theodolite in that you can't rotate it in that axis? I guarantee you he'll say yes, and I guarantee you he will say there are 10 milliradians between that stadia, and that you can measure 5 milliradians.
See, this one here, is that what you were on about? That was the first picture I think I saw of you when you first said it, and I went, I'm going to have to do something about that. You cannot measure an angle with that device.
Yes, you can.
Right, okay.
I just did it. That's what that picture is.
That's a picture of you doing what?
That picture is me measuring an angle below horizontal with an auto level, not a theodolite.
Okay.
Right, so that's Ruhif drawing some lines on a picture and trying to tell people that's an angle.
No. It is all given because in isosceles triangle, if you have this one angle, you have all three, because you know that this is isosceles triangle. So if you have this one at the, let's say, this peak of triangle, you know the rest of angles. So all three angles are fixed in this triangle. There is nothing to measure there.
Well, if that is 5 millirads, what are the angles at the base? Pretty close to 90 degrees, right?
Yes.
Does that sound reasonable for you to be dealing with angles of a triangle like that? Or would you just say you're dealing with two lines and you're measuring a distance between the two lines. Like, bringing the angle into it when you're dealing with such farty fucking angles, it's a little bit ridiculous, isn't it?
I don't know about this 10 milliradians, but even if it is correct, it is set up only for this ratio. Whatever this number is, it is set up for this ratio, 1 to 100. So you can then, by only measuring with measuring rod, you can calculate 1 to 100, and that's it. This is all you need to find distance. So they set up this distance between crosshairs to give you that ratio, 1 to 100. That's it. And all angles are fixed. You are just measuring inches in measuring rod to recalculate this into distance, your distance from auto level. That's it. Because you have this triangle ready. You don't need to do that, do anything with this triangle. This triangle is ready for you.
Yeah, all you have to do is put a 1-to-1 measurement in the distance, so then you can actually use that for the measurement.
Yes.
And like we say, you're only getting an ish. It won't be to the millimeter, because the relationship is 1 to 100. So the best you can hope for is a 100 times whatever the measurement is you're getting. Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
So nothing without with angles. Angles are fixed. You are measuring inches.
The only thing you have to make sure of is that the base of this triangle, all of them are parallel. That means that the angles are equal at the top and the bottom. The only way of doing that is to keep it orientated vertically, perpendicular to the central crosshair. That way you keep the top angle and the bottom angle the same, and then you keep this similar triangle relationship all the way along.
Yeah.
Well,
so you say that.
Sorry, go on.
For me, this is just simple.
Yeah.
Simple stuff.
Yeah, but this is, strangely enough, the bridge of asses. This is the part of the journey within geometric reasoning that some people's end of the line comes. That's why it's called the bridge of asses. If they don't understand it, then that's the end of their journey into geometry. It's not for everyone, geometric reasoning. You either get it or you don't. And Ruhif is trying to put as many roadblocks up that people don't get it. And that's disgusting to me. I really think it's bad. Because Ruhif knows what he's doing. These sophists that we deal with, they're not helping anyone. Put it that way. I mean, is Ruhif allowed to have his say? Yeah, I suppose Ruhif can say whatever he wants. But when it comes to telling people that you can do things that you literally can't, it's going a little bit too far.
That you understand the relationship between actual size, angular size, and distance.
I'll say it again, Ruhif. I know for a fact that you cannot measure angles with an auto level.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
Can an auto level be used to measure angles?
According to engineer supply, an auto level cannot measure vertical angles and has limited accuracy in measuring horizontal angles.
Because that's what the Stadia marks.
Well, you can measure horizontal angles, but like he says, they're not very accurate.
You can measure plus or minus 5 milliradians from horizontal. That's what the Stadia marks are. They're 10 milliradians apart. It's an angle. That's how they work. That's how you get the 100-to-1 ratio. In fact, I've got a trigonometry question for you.
Right, so I have to point out again, there's literally 2 lines there on the screen. Now, those 2 lines that you can see, they are parallel. The only way you could possibly imagine an angle there is to imagine another 2 lines that just aren't there. And then the angle be where those other 2 lines intersect. But how do you do that?
But
You can't.
this is already given. His, let's say, dishonesty is that he is saying that you can measure this angle, which is already measured by this producer. He's setting this distance between crosshairs to give this. Let's give him this 5 milliradians between crosshair upper and middle and bottom. That would be 10 in total. I don't care, but this angle is fixed, and you cannot measure fixed angle. So just nonsense. This angle is your tool to give you this ratio for measuring rod. This, I don't know. But he is saying that you are measuring this angle. Why you should measure this angle which is already given to you by producer?
Yeah, this is just Ruhif doing his sophistry right now. I'll say it again. Ruhif has sold this to anyone that you've ever seen placing a ruler on a picture. That's what Ruhif is doing here. You can place a ruler on a picture and imagine it's an angle. And therefore you can imagine it has an angular size, and you can imagine you know the size of the thing in the distance because of Ruhif and the angle that we've said you can do fuck all with. But Ruhif says you can place a ruler on a picture.
The only way that would work if, let's say, this Blackpool Tower is 13 miles away, like in your picture. So this ruler, yes, distance. So real distance. So this ruler should be 13 miles away from Ranti, measuring.
Yeah.
That would work. Yes.
Yeah, that's what they tried to do. Ranti put a ruler on the picture afterwards. He put a ruler up to Blackpool Tower and went, there you go. They backtracked an angle to a known distance and a known height already. They backtrack that to an angle. Then they can place the ruler on the picture and relate the angle to the ruler. It's genius. That's Ruhif's game. It has been for ages, and we saw it right at the beginning. Nobody else did, though, or nobody took it on because Ruhif is a sophist. And the way that sophists work is that they don't allow people to have counter arguments to them. So Ruhif does what he does.
If
dude,
you have,
I don't
a
think
triangle.
you're not. Go on then. Let's hear it.
Yeah. All right. This is your challenge.
No,
you have
don't be
a
challenging
triangle.
me like that with them stupid.
Well,
thing
I don't think you can do trigonometry, Bev.
No, I don't think you can do definitions, Ruhi.
I don't think you
I
can
don't
do it.
challenge you to
So
define
here's my
fucking
challenge
words,
anyway.
do I?
You have a triangle. One of the
Fucking
adjacent side is 100 meters, and the opposite side is 1 meter. What is the angle? What are the angles of the triangle? If you've got the adjacent side as 100 and the opposite side as 1, what is the angle? That's your challenge.
Okay, so what is this for?
This is your challenge. This is, can you do trigonometry?
Yeah, but I know, say like that's it, right? Can
Yeah,
I do trigonometry?
Yeah. What is the angle? I want to hear what the angle is. And then I want you to convert it to miliradians. I guarantee you can't do it, Bev.
you guarantee we can't measure that out of an auto level or what?
No, I'm asking you to do simple trigonometry. What is that angle in miliradians? The adjacent side's 100 and the opposite side is 1.
Okay. You'll leave it with us.
Yeah.
We'll
no worries.
we'll put it out as a challenge.
I'll go and email. I'll go and email this dude at Civil today.
Okay.
What the fuck was that? Was that a sheep?
Possibly.
Fuck. All right. Anyway. All right. I'll be with it. See ya.
See you later.
You got the sheep.
Like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Be water, my friend. Now you put water into a cup, you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes...
Okay.
Hey, hang on. That was one of the best outros that you ever had going. I love that one.
See if we can see what else we can find while we're talking about that. So that's Ruhif, supposing that he can measure an angle with an auto level. We've got other people. Again, I don't know whether you noticed there that Ruhif had an auto level picture pointing out over the water. And that's where Ruhif imagined he could measure his angle. Then he could get an angular drop of the horizon. That's what Ruhif's tried to do with an auto level.
Yes, so they are just replacing normal perspective drop measured by surveyors. And they call it drop from horizontal or slope or curving curving level or whatever.
Well, no.
And it is not.
We've done it already. We've shown that the crosshairs will always be above the horizon, right? Always.
Yes. I am talking about this middle crosshair and bottom. So because
well, no, it's just the distance down from the middle crosshair.
Yes, and you are using perspective to measure distance between crosshairs because distance is fixed in auto level, but it gives you different numbers on measuring rod as you are going away. So you are gaining inches on measuring rod while measuring between crosshairs you are going away. So and that they call it drop from horizontal. This is their proof for globe. So perspective, they are hijacking perspective and turning into curved level.
Well, I don't know. What Ruhif is saying that you can measure an angle through looking through an auto level.
His challenge is very, very silly because he said that this triangle is already fixed. So it is very easy, because if he's saying that this is 5 milliradians for each side, so you have to subtract from 90 this 5 milliradians, and your angles, rest of angles would be 90 minus 5 milliradians for each angle remaining. So what's the problem here? It is already fixed, so nothing to measure in angles.
Yeah, I think I had a GIF that I did. See if I can find it. About Ruhif and his he's maybe in the geometry file. Oh no, there's this one here. That one there for. There's the actual picture that he had. Everyone can see that. That's the one that took me over there in the first place, to go and see what's going on and why people weren't actually noticing. Yeah, I could never understand why people, you know, when you see that picture there, what exactly are you looking at? Can you see it? The one that Ruhif did.
This 5 milliradians. Yes.
Yeah. What does that mean? What do you see? Apart from the writing on the left-hand side that I wrote some of that in,
I can see crosshairs and some horizon, let's say, water horizon, which is below medium crosshair. So, and supposedly this is distance between crosshairs at 5 milliradians. So that would be angular distance between them.
Yeah, like he says, the angular distance between the crosshairs and the Stadia mark is 5 milliradians, or 0.286 degrees.
Okay.
Now, what does that mean?
That means that you have already this triangle, whole isosceles triangle.
But you don't have a triangle.
You have triangle if you have this measuring rod.
But there is no measuring rod, is there?
No, here not, of course.
Okay. So all you do have is, according to Ruhif, an angle.
Yes.
Right. So the statement "you can do fuck all with an angle" still stands, right?
Of course.
So whatever Ruhif is doing within this picture, I don't know what people imagine Ruhif's doing, but it's a vacuous statement. It means nothing. Because as everyone knows, you can do fuck all with an angle. And Ruhif has put a line on a picture and called that an angle. So he's representing an angle as a line on a picture, which again, forgive me for saying it, it's a load of bullshit. Because when people say angular size, they're talking about the size of the angle, not the actual size of the other end of the triangle.
Absolutely, yes, of course.
And that's where I think a lot of people have been fooled within this. Within the words used, people have been led to believe an argument isn't, well, they've been led to believe that this is an argument, mainly because they've heard Ruhif arguing it. But Ruhif is arguing vacuous statements. It means nothing. And even the conversation around it goes to show that it's not an actual argument or anything.
Yes, it's completely vacuous because this 5 milliradians means that this crosshair being attached to lens, let's say, or very, very close to lens, that would give this angular distance. But if you detach this this glass with Stadia with crosshairs, this angle would change if you go away with these crosshairs. So they have this angular size because they are at this distance. They are attached to lens of the outer level.
Yeah, and this,
so that's
this,
it.
This GIF that I made, this meme, sorry. Principle of the Stadia method, right? That angle does not equal those lines, which is what Ruhif's trying to say. Ruhif's trying to say that the angle here, this angle, is equal to this line, this line, this line, and countless other lines off into the distance that aren't even there, not even showing. Which, I don't know if that shows how ridiculous what Ruhif's actually talking about is when you look at it from the side on. Because that line, as you move further away, more of it fits into the picture.
Yes, so you have to have this measuring rod. Without it, you have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You have just crosshairs, nothing else. Your eye and crosshairs.
And you can't relate the angle to that. I called that the opposite side angle, because this side here is the opposite side of the triangle to this angle. Ruhif's opposite side angle. It's a globe geometric thing where people who imagine they can do something with just an angle, like Ruhif here, they can imagine this angle here gives them both this side of the triangle and this length here. That's what Ruhif believes. From one angle, he can get both of those.
No, you have to have this measuring rod to have triangle. Without this measuring rod, you haven't got a triangle yet. You have only just an angle.
Try telling that to Nathan Oakley. Blue Marble's going to come and tell us how Stadiometric range finding works. Yes, Blue, of course we know how Stadiometric range finding works. We've just been explaining the geometric principles of it, probably for the last hour or two. But if you're just catching up, Blue, rewind a bit. We might be able to help you. Blue Marble's obviously been taken in by the Ruhif ploy. This angle does not equal the opposite side to them. Sorry, Blue. Your boys done you a wronging.
Really?
Let me have a look. What else have we got? the globe defenders requirements for straight, because they were telling us how straight as things have to be. Oh, this is, I think these are the sort of things that Blue, you've never done any surveying. You've never even done a 2-peg test. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like you're getting old age there, Blue. Right, now, this is another video that we went over. Let me get this. I think this is one of the reasons why Blue Marble and the Thingy guys keep calling us flat earthers, because they don't understand how the real globe works. The proofs within reality obviously go to prove the real globe. Blue Marble scientists and all of that seem to think that this is flat earth, but I mean, it's not. It doesn't matter how many times you keep telling them. I don't know who this is. Let's have a listen.
Oh, look, Wardy's noticed the change in the definition on...
Yeah. There you go. Well done.
Oh, there you
Nice,
go.
that,
Well
yeah.
done.
Nice.
Well done. What? How is global horizontal defined?
What do you reckon the difference could be in between local and... like, there must be an in-between. Like, you can't just go from local to global. There's got to be a sort of state. What? County.
Country.
Yeah.
Region.
Okay, so there's the story with this one. When we first started within this, call it an argument, but just stating that level was horizontal, and with the principles of a water level and how water level works, they changed the definition on Wikipedia of exactly the terms of how a water level is. They changed the definition of a water level as we were talking about it to add a new couple of terms, and that's what we're talking about now. Wardy or Tewardy, what I personally call Soundly's Minder. He's the guy that comes around to keep a check on him. He's like Flat Earth Society guide to just come and obfuscate, to help out in the background. But he was around for Wardy. Wardy was around for Soundly, keeping an eye on Soundly, making sure Soundly didn't say any stupid shit, because he's got an important position, Soundly, while we were doing this. So, regional level.
Regional
That
level,
sounds
yeah.
like it, in between global.
Yeah.
National. You have to go from local to regional to national, and
to
then
continental.
you could go, continental, and
Continental.
then global, full global.
Yeah.
Then after that,
Yeah. So there's stages of horizontalness.
Yeah. Do you reckon they get straighter?
I hope you wrote those down, because I'm going to forget them in like 10 minutes' time. Can you write them down, Bev?
Okay.
Just in case we have to defend this bullshit.
They've actually changed it once more since this.
I can't find a definition for global horizontal, guys.
You do.
I can't.
You can't give a definition for global horizontal. No?
No, he can't find one.
Oh, he can't find one. I thought he said he can't give one.
No.
So what they've done is they've changed Wikipedia, or somebody's changed Wikipedia and added something in that there is no definition for. And Wardy's now struggling because he doesn't understand why he can't find a definition of something that doesn't exist.
I also can't. I also can't find a definition for local horizontal.
Well, you know why that'd be?
Because you're at opposite ends of the scale. You need to come in the middle of the scale somewhere. You need to go like regional or national.
Well, like I say, like, is there levels of straightness that you
I
would
like
sort
what you
of-
did there, mate.
So
yes, we're working at county level.
When you say levels of straightness,
levels of straightness
is level not straightness?
Levels of straightness.
Yeah, that's why I said it like that.
Brilliant.
Oh, I love it.
You have a local local level, right? A regional level, national level, continental level. Then you can step it up to global. I don't know whether can we go further than that? Can we go to a universal level?
Intercontinental, between continental and global. Intercontinental.
All right, now it's just getting silly.
level. Having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface.
Flat.
Or even.
Even. That's not like the even as in the number, is it? Twos and fours and...
Even. It just says flat or even surface.
Mm-hmm.
Even as opposed to odd or as opposed to rough?
It's like, that's why I say it's a horizontal plane.
Having no part higher than another. So in the context of that first part, I would say the same elevation above the thing that you're being level to, I guess.
What?
So,
No, we've had this one before. Somebody tried to say this about a bridge. Right?
Yeah.
That's higher in the middle, though, isn't it, than the two ends?
Not all of them.
Not if it's level.
Not if it's like a flat, straight bridge.
If it's level, it's an equal distance above the water below it all the way along.
Yeah, because the water's level. Being
Yes.
horizontal.
Yeah. Like a causeway.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
you're not going to try a Hufford, are you? And say that like the tyre of a bike is level to the hub.
Oh man, that's just so stupid.
So that's the thing that's in dispute, isn't it? Is does the water
That's
curve
not in
or is
dispute,
it or is it straight?
Does the what? Sorry?
Does the water curve or is it straight?
Water doesn't curve, does it?
It's a horizontal plane of
It
reference.
benefits to the left or the right.
We all know it's a horizontal plane of reference.
We're talking about reference frames now. Interesting.
Well, what do you think level is then?
So from the surface, which is one reference frame, the horizon looks dead straight. But if you go up high enough, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never
does
seen
it start
curved
to curve?
horizon.
Yeah.
Really?
Does it?
Who's talking here? Is that Wardy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Wardy.
He's
Come on,
spoiled
guys.
it.
I was actually starting to like you, mate.
There was so much disappointment in your voice.
Yeah.
Spot on. Oh,
Yes,
Wardy.
believe me, Spot On's not very disappointed very often.
I do try, guys.
We were getting on so well.
So can you practically demonstrate this curve, Wardy, or
What would you accept as practical demonstration?
well, you
Well, the altitude where it starts to curve would be helpful. At what height does it start to curve?
Well, can I just add this, right, before you start talking about that?
Did you get that? That was Sleeping Warrior, in case you didn't get that one. Did you hear his question?
At what height
Yeah.
it would curve?
Yeah. So why would your height alter the curve of a horizontal or a water level or the horizon?
For me, it shouldn't, but some people will say that it should.
Yeah, I'd say the Flat Earth Society have given everybody that as a particular thing to shout out as soon as somebody mentions something. Then that's an automatic Flat Earth Society response, right? Another ridiculous thing, as though it's some sort of an argument where it doesn't mean anything. So it's a non-argument. Asking Wardy, what Sleeping Warrior was asking Wardy is at what altitude you have to go to for the perceived horizontal horizon to bend. I don't. That's only an argument for this particular arena. It's not actually a real argument at all.
If you look in the chat there for horizontal, for the definition of horizontal, it says, number one, in most of the descriptions of it, would say parallel to the plane of the horizon. Level, flat. Right, so how can something that is a level, flat line be parallel to something that is curved? Like you say, sorry.
You can have two parallel lines that are not straight.
But one of them's horizontal.
Yeah.
That is straight, isn't it? That you're not going bendizontal just yet. So hold that one back for a bit.
Horizontal as defined there is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes.
Okay.
Plane.
The plane of the horizon.
Plane. Yeah,
level,
plane.
flat.
If the horizon isn't straight, then something that is parallel to that is also not straight, right?
But it says it's a plane.
Yeah, it says plane of the horizon, level, flat. It doesn't
Uh-huh.
say if it's not. It just says that's what it is, right?
Level meaning having no part higher than
go
another.
to number
You see what is happening here? He's trying to bend horizontal, backtracking a bent horizontal because it's parallel to the plane of something that he doesn't think is straight.
Bendizontal cannot be parallel to plane.
He thinks it can be, though. He thinks he's going to backtrack a definition to bend horizontal. I know it's ridiculous, right? And as you hear these sort of conversations, you think, no way, that's not what he thinks. But horizontal is definitely a straight line, but Wardy's struggling with it because of something. Model affliction.
3 on that one. It says mathematics measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon. That's the mathematical description of the word horizontal.
A mathematical description.
Yeah, that's what mathematics it says there. That's Collins English Dictionary, unabridged, 12th edition, 2014.
I was going to ask you if you knew the print date.
Yeah. It says there, level says being in a plane parallel to the plane of the
horizon.
Horizontal. Like, brilliant.
Yeah.
You've just doubled up there. Like, where's the curve? Even your first one says having a flat or even surface. What sort of a flat curve have you ever seen? Have you ever seen any flat curves? I've never heard of a flat. That sounds like an oxymoron.
I'd
This
say
is weird. If you look up the definition of plane, it says completely level or flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Level or flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put it
Okay.
in a level position, then it will be level, won't it?
So planes,
Which means it can be described as either or.
because there's a circular dependency here, right? So horizontal refers to level, level refers to plane, plane refers to horizontal and level.
No, you see, level doesn't necessarily, well, level refers to plane because level is a horizontal plane, right? But a plane doesn't necessarily, not all planes are level. Like, we've got to do a not all, okay?
If something is plane, it's completely level or flat. A plane surface.
Yeah, it's not necessarily horizontal, is it?
Correct.
Yeah. It just means it's a flat surface, right? A plane is two-dimensional.
By that definition, something can be a plane surface can be level but not flat.
Sorry?
No, it's flat but not level.
No, the definition of plane is completely level or flat.
Yeah, flat.
Flat, yeah, flat,
But not horizontal.
level.
No, level or flat.
Yeah. If it's not level, it is flat.
Right, but it could be level.
Either, yeah, it could be. Well, it could be both. If it's level, then it will be flat and level. Because it's a plane.
But not necessarily horizontal.
Right, but something can be level for having an even surface and no part higher than another.
Yep. In a horizontal position. Right? That's what level is.
Yeah?
Yeah. I know. The tough thing here is you're looking for a curve, and you.
Okay. Or.
Is that the only description of plane you've got?
No, there are multiples. As
Yeah,
with
yeah,
all these
well,
words, there are multiple definitions.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is the different definitions, depending on kind of which definition you take, you guys are obviously choosing to take the ones that contain the word flat because that coincides with your bias.
No, I'm not bothered. I don't ever use the word flat, in case you've noticed. I mean, have you noticed?
You've used it quite a bit in this conversation.
Yeah, because you just keep talking about it. You're the one that brings it up. I say that level is a horizontal plane. Right? I think that gives a bit more description than flat.
Level is a horizontal plane. Okay, planes are completely level.
Two-dimensional construct within mathematics, right?
Yeah, and something that is horizontal
is it defines that thing in a very particular position.
And something that is horizontal is level. It could be described as a level plane. So basically, it's a circular reference to itself.
It's a very good description.
That is a circular dependency on itself.
What is a circular dependency upon itself?
Horizontal is equal to level, which is equal to plane, which is equal to horizontal. It goes round in a big circle.
Horizontal and level are the same word. It's just level is the practical use of the word horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Which could be flat.
Which definitely is a plane.
Could be.
Therefore, flat.
Level, in its definition there, having a flat or even surface. So it could be flat. It doesn't have to be. It could just be even.
He's wrong.
Yeah, of course. This is the sophistry in the beginning of the argument, right? This is 2 years ago.
even or flat means that you can exchange these two words. Not this is
One or
not
the other.
mutually exclusive. This is inclusive. It means that you can say even or you can say flat. But he is trying to say that flat or even means that even excludes flat. This
Within a
is not correct.
definition.
He's wrong. He's wrong. They are exchangeable, these two words, in that context, flat and even. And he is saying that they are mutually exclusive. No, they are not.
Well, it's sophistry. This is how they play the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, what about going back to the original meanings of the words, not like what people have fabricated then after, like they're doing on Wiki. Yeah. So the original word of horizontal, yeah, and level, where did they come from? Not where they've been adjusted over the years. Over.
Yeah, I've got one there. Plane, geometry. In mathematics, a plane is a flat, two-dimensional surface that extends indefinitely far. A plane is the two-dimensional analog of a point. 0 dimension, a line, 1 dimension, and 3-dimensional space. Planes can
That's
arise.
not the adjective.
Sorry?
That's not the adjective. That's a different definition that
It's a
gets
plane
used in a
within
different
geometry.
context.
I mean, that's what we're dealing with, right? If we're dealing with level and the plane, then we're talking about the geometry, right?
If you're using a plane to describe the shape of the Earth, then it's probably a misuse of the term.
And using horizontal to describe what the water level does.
Bendy curved are not in those definitions. Perpendicular to down, indicated by a plumb bob. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. I love that
Yeah.
one. Do you know what perpendicular is? The definition of perpendicular. How to make a perpendicular.
Let's have a look. Let's Google that one.
Okay.
See what we come back with.
See, he's Googling.
Do you want me to find the
Googling geometric terms.
Perpendicular. At an angle of 90 degrees to a given line. Okay, I'll read the whole definition actually, because I feel like I'm not doing it justice there. At an angle of 90 degrees to a given line, plane, or surface, or to the ground. Ooh. I love how it differentiates or to the ground.
The ground would have to be a line.
See, he's doing it again. He's separating the or to the ground. Interesting.
Yes.
Sophistry and the way people work within this arena. And of course, Wardy's the authority on this, and he knows how definitions work within dictionaries.
I know, wouldn't it?
No.
Yeah.
Not by that definition. It doesn't have to
ground
be.
is classified as 0 point.
90 degrees to the ground would be to a point on the ground, yeah.
Can you have
It's
a
point.
90 degree to a point? Is that possible?
A reference point, isn't it?
Yeah. How do you measure an angle? For starters.
Good point, yeah. Pun intended.
Yeah.
Brilliant, Matt.
I'm starting to like you again.
Come on.
In there, what he's wrote, it says, at an angle of 90 degrees to a given line, plane, or surface, or to the ground. And he's took a given line, a plane, or surface. He's took those as planes, lines. And then it's gone to the ground, or to the ground. And he's gone, oh, well, I'll have the ground as a point then.
Yes, complete nonsense.
Yeah.
Or to the ground is just another.
It's just another reference,
indicator.
isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Among others, there is also Earth as a reference.
Yes. Explain how you measure an angle, please.
Oh, this is really interesting. So an angle, yeah, I guess you would need a line to then have an angle off of that, wouldn't you? Yeah. Okay. Fair point. Fair point. Oh, point. God, here we go again. I'm such a joker this evening. Can't help it. Honest.
Oh, that comes naturally to some of us. Oh dear. Well, gotta
All
laugh at
of
your
your
own joke.
definitions were created by people that believed the Earth was a globe. That should cause you to ask what they meant and in what context. Oh, what does that mean? The definition for perpendicular would come from...
Do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That seems reasonable, because if you've got 90 degrees on one side, by definition you'd have on the exact opposite side the same 90 degrees if the line on which that line going up is sat is dead straight.
Yeah.
By definition.
Yep.
Yeah, that's your plumb bob in real life. Yeah, that's plumb bob is your vertical, and your horizontal is your level. Perpendicular to each other. Yeah. So like I'm in construction. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I use a level, so I get my spirit level, and that's my horizontal, and I drop a plumb bob down, and that's my vertical, and they are perpendicular.
Yeah, that's local level, right?
Well, you just said earlier there's no definition for local. Or
yeah, it's interesting,
global.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Right, so it's horizontal, but what is it if it's not horizontal? Like, at what point does it stop being horizontal to be another horizontal somewhere else? If it's horizontal all the way. Horizontal being a straight line.
Is that some tumbleweed?
I'm drawing something. This is interesting.
Is it a dick angle?
It's a dick angle. Yeah.
So, Soundly's in the chat there, also talking about this, and this is Wardy talking about the early days of horizontal and level. Oh, something going on. Are we? Am I still online? Is everybody here?
Yeah.
It's not. Is everybody okay with this? Because it seems like people don't like to relive the early days. Maybe people have got bored of hearing people talking about the level and horizontal, the sophistry within the argument. How have we gone? Has everybody gone? 9. Wow. Obvious that this isn't going to work.
For me, it is 13 already.
Is it? Yeah, it's gone down though, right? There was a little lag. Yeah, it looks like everybody's they're coming back up again. Okay. Still not. People don't like hearing this sort of stuff. Buffering. Okay. So yeah, the Wardy and Soundly in the early days, you can hear Soundly Wardy struggling, can't you, for knowing what level and horizontal is. He doesn't know. They're changing the definitions within the book of what a water level is to suit these guys and their arguments, but the sophistry's not working.
Excellent.
What, the other 180?
Just make sure whatever you do, if you're using cosines, put them in the right place, or I will boot you.
So see that bent baseline?
2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that
See that bent baseline?
Yep, bendizontal.
So both of those lines that come off it are perpendicular to it, right?
Yeah, where's your horizontal?
Well, this is the thing.
You're not proposing that those two wonky lines are verticals, are you?
Wonky.
Wardy.
If that's a portion, if that's a portion of a sphere, and you zoomed in on that long line, that line would look dead straight from where you are, would it not?
No.
No, that looks bent. I'm
definitely
looking
not.
at it from here, and that's bent.
Yeah, but if you zoomed right in on it,
Ben?
Yeah.
Is it a local one?
Is that where's that locally horizontal? Where's your vertical local? Wardy, have you done any building work or
I hope not.
Have you ever
okay.
actually done anything practically?
So my dad was one of 10. They're all tradesmen.
Okay.
So have you ever put a shelf
He'd
up?
be ashamed. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I've worked in the industry as well.
Which industry is that?
The built construction industry.
Well, what did you do?
Doing what? Yeah.
Everything from fitting floors to laying bricks to plastering walls to.
He's having me on when he let me talk about spirit levels. He knew all about it.
Of course, yeah.
Right. So they see how easy that was to generate yourself an entire building thing. Just I've plastered and laid bricks and put some wires.
Randomly.
Yeah, do you reckon he's ever actually done any of that?
Don't think so.
I don't think there are that many actual people with knowledge about trades within this arena. Because they get drove out. Saying the wrong thing to the wrong person will get you ridiculed. I don't think there is many myself. I think most of the people within this arena are all role players.
Did you hold on, Ben? Did your 4 foot level, Ben? Did it?
4 foot level? No. Should it?
Have you ever got?
That's horizontal, mate.
Yeah. Have you ever got
Weirdly,
a plumb bob
though,
to hang at that angle?
Weirdly though, water always finds its level, but that bubble seems to have a curve in it. There's something strange going on there.
Oh, here we go. It's the only curved water you're going to find.
It's the only curved water I'm going to find, is it?
Well, no.
He's going to show you a picture of a wave in a minute.
That water's not at rest either.
I mean, let's go back up the chat a little bit.
The water's not at rest either, Wardy. Inside a spirit level, is it now? It's contained.
There's lots of curves in that water.
That's spirit.
Where?
It's the little waves at the shore.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
Well
that constitutes curve to them, doesn't it?
What about on a lake?
What about on a lake? That still has waves.
Right, what about in a canal?
What happens if I built a wall around it? So there was no waves or wind, then I put a lid on it.
How much curvature
would there be in a lake?
None.
How much curvature would you expect to see in a 100-meter Olympic swimming pool?
None.
0.
Yeah.
It's horizontal.
Even if the Earth was as curved as it's presumed to be by the globe model.
Or 8 inches in a mile.
Right, wait a minute. What happens to water? Does it matter what the shape underneath is? Like, if you curve the bottom of the swimming pool, will anything happen to the water?
Well, yeah, but if you've got a shallow end and you've got a deep end, right?
Yeah.
If the swimming pool was the size of a planet, then yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
If the swimming pool was the size of a planet, then yes.
The container that the water... How would you construct such a swimming pool?
You don't need walls for it.
Again, vacuous statement from Wardy without even realising. He's not even done the reasoning behind the words that came out of his mouth. Has he?
Seems like.
Was in, would the base of the underneath would matter, would it? But only if you scaled it up to the size of a planet.
Yeah.
So when you ask us for a water level in a swimming pool, you know that there's no curvature then, because you've just said you have to scale it up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll leave that at that. It goes to the terms of all of this sort of stuff, what we're dealing with.
Let me give.
Right. The Buster's here. Are you here now, Buster?
Yes, sir.
You remember what we were talking about earlier? I've done a cut.
Oh my gosh!
Just the
It's
sound, right?
freaking amazing.
Yeah. Oh, you've heard it, have you?
Well, about half. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm like, I love it. I love it.
I think this one to me sounds like a true level bitch.
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was thinking. Like
Yeah.
that Logos moment. Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so for anybody who hasn't heard this or haven't, this is a song that Buster's been doing for quite a while, and he has finished it for quite a while ago. For some reason, we've been held off, I think, for this very reason.
Wisely.
Yeah. We were waiting for this sort of moment. And
Yeah, because this is my favorite Buster song coming up right now.
Oh, here we go.
I love it.
No, so you guys, there's no need for to put the video, because that's what we need to do. I need to finish the actual video. So if anybody's got any ideas of how this video will go. Okay. You know how long this video is, Buster? Did you see the length of it?
I'm trying to remember what the length of the song was. I know it was around 3 minutes, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah. Well, once I've finished making the video,
I see that now.
Yeah.
There. Yeah.
3 minutes 33 and a third. 0.33.
No way.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Logos song, the new one. Everyone, listen to this.
Let me give you an analogy. Already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
The idea in my mind.
You find truth from things of old.
Let me give you an analogy. The idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. The idea in my mind. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees, what's the conclusion? The idea in my mind. That is a necessary property of triangularity. Triangleness, the idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees, what's the conclusion? That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness, the idea in my mind.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known. Will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. The fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Therefore, the fool,
there's no end game in mind.
He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God. Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Okay, let's see your opinions on it. Come on.
Freaking amazing.
Very good, very good.
Oh.
This professor knows that he is in this clip.
Not yet, no.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So I think we might end up with that one for again. That's going to be the new song. It's the new direction for where we're going. Advanced Simplicity. Buster's new song. I'm guessing we can clip that with all of the other ones, but that is coming tomorrow. Is part of the philosophy course with the professor. That's the has anybody gone over it yet? Because I was going over it this morning. It's the next part of the course, the Thomas Aquinas, and that particular argument that he does in that is the ontological argument. So it's more poignant than anything. I think that's it's going to open up new conversations for us. Yeah, they like it, Buster. Everybody, thanks, guys. Good song, Buster.
Man, like that, just that's what I was imagining. Like,
yeah,
I was hoping for like a rap, but like that's like would have been what I pictured. I mean, it was like, oh, I love it.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the rap done for it anyway.
Oh,
we need the rap. It needs all sorts doing. It needs loads of different mixes to that. I was thinking as I was doing it, you could do that with all sorts of things. The way you've laid your songs out, it's ideal, prime for that sort of thing. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I think I enjoy doing that, cutting those videos. Well, it just wouldn't let me do it. It won't let me get the video editor onto Discord. It shuts down both the video editor and Discord if you try and share it. So yeah, that's what we were going over today. We were going over I think today's been going over the arguments of and learning these new ones. Mainly over the weekend, I've been yeah, there's a couple of arguments that I want to try and lay out. Obviously, when I start doing this stuff for myself, I'm going to have to start laying these arguments out. But that goes to show that it's talking about the fool with the contradictions. It's either they don't know what a triangle is, or they're openly contradicting themselves about the triangle.
Yes, and these people are fools.
Yeah, and but that with it, again, in the conversations that we have over the philosophy coming tomorrow and the Wednesday, we're going to obviously explore this particular argument and where this argument goes to, because it's really obvious that it goes a lot deeper than the arena of the people that we're talking to at the minute. This is much greater argument in which he reverses the ontological argument to the triangle. I find it amazing, and I'm hoping people will be able to join us tomorrow and go over it, because I've never heard it done like that before. That's why it deserved to be in that song, really. And if you want to have a grip on what we're actually talking about, join us tomorrow for the philosophy conversation. Thomas Aquinas. We're coming a bit more modern times. We've done the Aristotle and Plato.
But still, he is still Aristotelian, so
yeah,
nothing new in logic.
Yeah, he just extends it a bit more, doesn't he? I think.
Yes, he. Because if he's talking about God, so metaphysics is extended with, let's say, Christianity, because of course Aristotle wasn't Christian, but he added something that we can know from Bible. So, but still, it is based on Aristotle. So, same proofs, same logic, inferring. Nothing new.
Yeah, it's just a basic form of argumentation.
Absolutely.
It's laid out exactly the same, in the same way. Yeah, Mike in the chat there. Which ways, good idea coming into Discord, isn't it? That philosophy stuff, which I don't think we could do it. It wouldn't be allowed for us to openly do a course live. So yeah, but yeah, the philosophy course and going over that for me is what we've been about here. It's a good way to generate conversation, meaningful conversation too, that doesn't get shut down. And since that's what we're after, I think it's been really good. I just need to work out how to get the videos sorted, and I'll start making some more Buster songs, cutting some more of those up. hopefully. And we'll do some more of these courses. And of course, the tests that people want us to be able to do. I encourage everybody to go out there and try and do tests too. I mean, don't just leave it up to us to do stuff. You too can do it. We'll try and do tests that other people can do as well. Bring philosophy to everybody. Everyone can do. Everyone can do philosophy. Everyone can do logic also. It's not difficult. Mathematics too. The basics, first principles, getting the understanding of those right will give you an idea of how to go forward. But you don't need to go into doing complex equations. Just having a good founding at the base of everything, logic, geometry, linking it to reality, and in a way to do that, and that's where we're going to be at. Wally's upset. He's in the chat that we do the real globe. Wally's upset that we have proofs on the real globe and he does not. Well, that's okay,
Yes.
Wally.
It has to be real model, not fake.
And we were also talking about globe. I mean, it's not very specific, is it, what it is? So the idea of the bunny ears means that you have to ask, what is that? And then you can give a definition of what it is. Because I'm pretty sure that nobody really asks people when they say globe. It's left to everybody's imagination. And when people are left to their own imagination, then how do you know your globe is the same as my globe? You don't. So we say the real globe, but then you can still talk about your globe to somebody else. There's no problem about that. Although I find it incredibly boring, people talking about the globe all the time. So we're not... It is Model Affliction Monday, so I suppose it's okay for us to talk about it, but I'm not really that fussed myself about any discussions about globes or whatever. I will, however, talk to anybody about proofs in reality. We'll talk about reality all the time. How do you judge if somebody's dishonest or not? Whoever's been listening to this, 3 hours, we're into it. Wally's just come into the chat and said, auto levels measure vertical angles, so you failed at understanding Stadia marks. Cool. That's Wally. Where's Wally?
I would say that's classical trolling.
Yeah, obviously. Just a troll that says everything the opposite of what it is in reality. Sure, Darren, come in anytime. I'll walk you through it. Make sure you're all clued up. I think I could probably do it quite quickly. Pop in, la. Wally doesn't trust anybody other than Ruhif. there's a group of people that actually that's true. They don't trust anybody else, only the people within their little network group. And if you don't agree with them, then well, if they don't believe you at any point, they can just call you liars. I've noticed how it all works within this arena. It's pretty interesting. And you can also see the video if you want, Darren, but I will go through it again and redo it because I don't think I did it quickly. But I will go through the proof that level is horizontal. Even though it does say it in the dictionaries, and some people don't seem to understand that the dictionary's definition normally will suffice for everybody else. I think I could do it a little bit more justice now. Level is horizontal. Wow. It's pretty clear to see that the what we call them, the wolf pack, this group of travelling Australians, they stick together. I'm guessing that Wally and Darren are around. Oh, actually, was Darren the one that sounded like Ruhith? Somebody say that. No, he definitely isn't Ruhith. I couldn't be Ruhith. Yes.
No.
But he did sound extremely like Ruhith.
Like identical.
Yeah.
But of course he's not.
He couldn't be. Yeah, I'll do it again for you, Darren. Just check on my channel. It's on there. I think it's called Bev's Proof Level is Horizontal 1, I think. Something like that. Where's Wally? Like, he's always signing people up for the wolf pack. Well, I'd say so, Wally. He's helping you defend the angle. Darren says, surely auto level can measure one angle, right? The angle subtended by the Stadia lines. No, it can't measure vertical angles, Darren. The auto level cannot measure vertical angles. So
the angles are already given. So you don't have to, and you cannot even measure it.
yeah, you could back calculate it once you've found that the tool actually does measure the stadiometric range finding correctly at the ratio of 1 to 100.
Yes, you can, but this is useless because this range finding is to finding range, not calculating another angles. But that's it. You have measuring rod, and by measuring this size of the rod, you can measure or calculate rather distance. Simple.
Yeah. You know, through my research, let's say, into all of this, there are two different measurements, aren't there? Like there's the king's knuckle, let's say, the inch, the foot, the centimeter, right? There's the distance along the ground that could be imperial or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But then there is the metric related to 100. Right, so let's say, for instance, the Americans have the foot still. As their measurement, whereas us in the UK, we go metric, we have a meter. But the Americans decimalize the foot, don't they? Did you know that?
Yes, well, I know that from Blue, I think. So for me, this is strange, but okay.
Well, let's say now you know that stadiometric range finding works at a ratio of 1 to 100. Can you see why they might have decimalized the foot?
Yes, that would be a good reason for that.
Yeah, because it wouldn't work the other way, would it? You'd have to have your it would make the ratio of 1 to 100 rather tricky if your unit didn't incorporate 100 into it.
Yeah, they would. Foot is 12 inches, yes?
Yes.
So that would be not 1 to 100, but 1 to 144, I think. That would work with inches and feet, I think.
So the 1 to 100 is specified that way for a reason. The 1 to 100 isn't an angle, Darren.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Distance or a size, whatever, not angle.
Definitely. Get him signed up, Wally.
Straight line size or straight line distance. All angles are already given in auto level. You don't measure any angle in auto level because all angles you are given.
How can you think that a ratio of 1 to 100 is an angle? What's up with you, Darren? I know you've only got Wally to help you, but you literally, you can't start doing sophistry within this sort of geometry with ratios and stuff. That's ridiculous. One to 100 or 100 to 1. How do you even get an angle out of that? What's he talking about?
So, as I understand, maybe I am wrong because I didn't practice that. So if your measuring rod is increasing size by 1 millimeter, it means that you have to multiply by 100. So your distance increased by 100 millimeters. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes it simple. But still, distance is millimeters or meters, and the size of measuring rod is also millimeters and meters. So no angles. Sorry.
Yeah, or feet, right?
Or feet, or whatever, but straight line distance.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be useless for you to calculate either of the angles. right? Because one of the angles is going to be 90 degrees because it has to be perpendicular to that center line. So that one's 90 degrees. Wow, Darren. Yeah, I think you might have only just got up here. I think you've missed it. I don't know quite what your argument is at the end of this, Darren. Obviously, you're supporting Ruhif because Ruhif can't support himself, obviously. And where are you going? Because by acknowledging the right angle, you're acknowledging parallels. It's weird. So if you're okay with carrying on with that one, Darren, that's good. Fine to talk about it. The ratio of 1 to 100. How far does it work? Does anyone know? Has anybody done any testing?
I would say that it works as long as you can measure something in measuring rod via auto level.
As you go further away, what happens to that bottom Stadia hair?
If you are going along, let's say, on the level, and there is no undulation in the ground, of course, you are going parallel, exactly parallel to your middle crosshair on the ground, let's say. But distance between crosshair, bottom crosshair and middle crosshair in perspective will make this measuring rod smaller, and it means that you will need more inches or millimeters between middle and bottom. Strangely enough.
There's a point where you can go and you can't put your measuring rod on the bottom crosshair. It disappears as you move away. It goes into the ground.
Yes.
At a certain distance, which we have checked. I'll see whether any of the boys know what that is.
But still, you have if you have still this upper part, it would be enough because this is isosceles triangle. So you can measure just upper part of this isosceles triangle, which is a right angle triangle, and you can just double it. No problem.
Do you get more or less accurate the further away something is?
Yes, of course.
I mean, I'm just asking, like, would you get more or less accurate as you go further away?
Less accurate, of course. So
right.
Over, let's say, 100 meter, you will not measure this millimeters. So bye-bye.
Yeah, Darren's saying that they managed to measure something to within 200 meters. That's pretty good, isn't it, for a
big claim?
Yeah.
Big claim.
Within 200 meters. Accuracy of what, Darren? You were able to calculate a distance when we gave you the position where we were. So could actually measure it to a lot less than 200 meters. It's interesting, though. I like it. For what, Darren? What may you not need millimeter accuracy for? Guesstimating where somebody is when they tell you where they are, or guesstimating the distance between you and somewhere else.
Wait, but this is 1:100 ratio. So if you're so your error would be multiplied by 100. So that would give you a big error, I would say. 100 millimeters mistake in distance, that would be a big mistake, I would say.
Darren's trying to claim that he didn't know we were at Southport.
Didn't he?
No, didn't have a clue. Could have been anywhere, really, I guess. Yeah. No idea where we were at all. So Darren's estimated a distance within 200 meters. 'Tis Globe. They've got some good guys over there. I think I could have been 200 meters taller or shorter. It's hard to tell. Nobody knows what your argument is, Darren. I think what Darren's done is he's got a picture. Somebody's given him a picture, a bit like Ranty when Ruhif gave him a picture to stare at for 200 hours. Except this one's a guy called Chaiki. He's found a picture on the internet and handed it to everybody. And he doesn't even know. He can't verify whether the tool was set up correctly or not. And yet they're doing all sorts of calculations and stuff. Darren's got to within 200 meters of where we were. I don't know. Did you look at a map, Darren? Did you look at a map and see where you could actually look at the place from? I'm guessing you didn't. I'm guessing you've been handed an argument and a picture, and everything that you're doing is about this picture. Actually, we've got. What's going over?
Oh, look, Wardy's noticed the change in.
See if this one.
One of you people, because I mean, come on, you guys think of the same thing.
This guy wouldn't be bigoted to just anybody, right?
You
Right.
just say it's not bigoted. It's not. This is not bigoted. If you turn it bigoted, then you're bigoted. It wasn't bigoted at all. So I wasn't talking about race. Well, I guess bigoted doesn't have to be with race. I guess it's just okay. Stupid. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm bigoted against idiots.
Wow. Must be a lot of Google going on.
I see, like I'm just looking there. Naps, you've got you've got that wrong, right? Although Conspiracy Cats is doing the same. Right, can you see that? Let me get this.
Yes. Ignorant, hypocritical bigots. Yes.
Yeah, he's just admitted that he was bigoted towards stupid people, and he's the one that puts those people in that thing that so he can be bigoted towards. You'll probably have seen it happening quite a lot. Right now, this is where I was hoping to get to, is that Ruhif 2 years ago, 3 years ago, however long, showed us that he thought you can measure a vertical angle within it. Now, this is another one. Ranty stared at this picture for 200 hours, and then it was at the car park where we'd already done all of our testing, where we went to, where I went to go and do the under the horizon at this very spot of the beach, and we found out the exact position of the guy that did actually take this picture. Nobody else has. Nobody else has even bothered to find about this picture. Well, this here is now the picture. This is the one that's shown on Gem Panda's live stream constantly. It's been going for I don't know how many 100 hours, thousands of hours. It says thanks Bev on it. Now this is Naps, the person that posts that. She's the one there. She's posted this picture that says thanks Bev on it. Listen to this for the conversation. That's for charity. I mean, if I'm helping the guy sell the pictures for the charity and he's doing well for the cancer charity, then I mean I'll take it. But I mean, that isn't my picture. That's a guy called Astro Cookbook.
Again, we know that that's not your picture and you didn't take it.
Right, so she says she knows that that's not my picture and that I didn't take it. This one up here is a tweet done by Conspiracy Cats showing the actual picture. He's bought it. He's paid money for this picture from the gallery. And then Jeff says, try thinking. Do you think you could sign this for Conspiracy Cats? Thanks, Bev. Whatever that means. Remember, this is a picture that Ranty stared at for 200 hours. That they didn't even know where the guy took the picture from. They made up a load of bullshit. The guy that took the picture won't talk to me about this. They've got my name and thanks Bev on his picture that he's selling in a gallery, and he doesn't want to know about it. What does that tell you? He doesn't want to come and say, what's that got to do with Bev? I took that picture. I've got that picture in a gallery. I'm selling that picture. Why is Bev's name on it? Why does it say thanks, Bev? It's got nothing to do with it.
Because it's edited.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's all over the place. It's all over Gem Panda's server still. The guy who took the picture isn't bothered. It's almost as though he's done a deal with these group of people. Probably to make some money out of it. And that's why he's not really bothered. Because if you think about it the other way, Ranty's tried to use this as a globe proof. This is one of the pictures. It's famous now, this picture. The guy that took this picture isn't going to get any credit for it because it says thanks Bev all over it. And listen to what they're saying.
I know that. How many times do I have to say that?
So what's the thanks Bev for then? What's
Calling it fake. Oh.
So what's the point in the thanks Bev? Naps.
You said the. Are you listening? Are you listening? You said the photo in itself, the original one, is fake.
That photo that you've put thanks Bev on. That
The original photo, Bev. Are you fucking kidding me? The original photo.
That is the original photo. Naps.
Bev on it?
It's not my. And you see what she's saying? I can't understand what she's talking about. She's talking about the original photo, but that is the original photo that's got thanks Bev on it. I said, why does it have thanks Bev on it? And she keeps talking about the original photo. Fine.
Not that one. I'm talking about the original one.
That's not
without
Bev's.
the words on it and stuff.
Yeah, the one without the words on it that looks like that is the original, and it is not mine. Somebody has put thanks Bev on the original photo that is not mine, that is up for sale in a gallery for charity. That's not my
Are you
picture.
slow? Like, are you slow or are you doing this on purpose?
I thought your son took that picture.
No, that is Kevin Jackson's picture that Ranty found on Facebook, not my son's picture. That is the picture that Ranty stared at for 200 hours that he then gave to Cats. Cats then made a video about it because that is the picture that Ranty couldn't understand. Then we went and took a picture.
He understood it. He's just like, man, I've done so many videos like this or so many pictures of this. I can't believe I'm choosing this one to decide to change on, but whatever.
No, he didn't. He found it on Facebook. He hasn't even been there to take a picture himself.
Cheers.
Hey, Nappy, it's been a while. I remember the first night I was driving to Ocala, like a long distance. I heard you for the first time. You're part of the group now.
Who cares?
Anyway,
you put thanks Bev on a picture that's not his picture.
That's not the point. Oh my god.
Yes, it is. It's like, why did you put
oh
thanks
my
Bev
god.
on it?
No, Bev. No. I know it's not your fucking photo.
Right, well, why did you
know
put thanks
that.
Bev on it?
I know that. Are you retarded? Like, are you really retarded right now?
Why did you... What's so hard about this? And I know it's Naps, right? And I know, like, she's asking me why am I retarded. But all I'm doing is asking them why they've got thanks Bev on a picture that isn't mine. What is the point of them doing that? I have to point out as well, this is still on Gem Panda's Discord server that goes out live 24/7. This picture with thanks Bev on it is still there. Never heard a valid reason as to why they do it. There's literally no point for this. There's no reason. There's sufficient reason for them doing this. I haven't got a clue. Put thanks Bev on it.
I was talking about the original photo. I didn't have the original one. so I
That
had to put
is
that
the
one.
original.
That is the original.
The one without the words, Bev. The one without the words. The one on the website.
Yeah, that's that picture with the words on it.
Yes, and you said it's fucking fake.
Well, why are the words on it? What's that got to do with it? Why are you thanking me for
Stop
some
being
other guy's
stupid.
picture?
Stop. You look dumb right now.
Why?
You look dumb.
Why? Why is the thanks Bev on that picture? Why have you posted it, Snaps?
Not dumber than begging the question was made up.
Like,
Nobody's
ever-
dumber than that.
oh my
Would you ever
God,
put
Paige,
somebody's
shut the
pic-
fuck up with your mud fossil believing ass.
Would you
That
ever
was
put
so
somebody's
funny. I'm
name
gonna
on a
give
You're
you
like
picture that
the
somebody
dumbest
else
fucking
took?
person here.
He
You're the
fucking
dumbest person
tore
here.
you apart. It was
Out of
hilarious.
everyone,
You got begging
you're the most
question was
gullible,
made up.
stupidest fucking person on here. You're a
Right,
joke.
you've just demonstrated that to a live
Out of
audience. in front of
everyone, you're the
hundreds of
joke.
people.
You're the joke,
You
Paige.
poor thing.
You're the joke.
Can we get to the reason why it's got thanks Bev on it?
I don't care about that part. I care about you calling it fake.
Did I call it fake? It's definitely a picture, isn't it? It's just been airbrushed. It's been touched
now
up.
it's a picture, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Why,
Okay.
what do you think? So
Oh
why
my
is
God, this chick is delusional.
why's thanks Bev on it?
Now it's real.
No, it's been touched up. Have you ever seen Blackpool? Have you ever been there to see what Blackpool looks like at sunset?
Have I what?
Have you ever been there to see Blackpool and what Blackpool looks like just before sunset? No.
No.
It doesn't look like that.
Why?
Why? Because the sun... See, this is one of the things. There's a lot of people that have been over this picture. And nobody's ever inquired why it says thanks Bev on it. And why we went there to go and check this picture out. Why we went to go and find out where he took the picture from. All of those reasons. Nobody's ever bothered asking us. So this is one of the biggest plays. I think within this arena, there have been definitely 2 plays, although you could say 3 if you involve the LIGO bullshit claim that's going around. You've got Lake Pontchartrain and all of that stuff that came around from that. And then you've got this one, this picture. And nobody really wants to go over them and look at the individual issues with them all. Well, that's where I'm going to be going. I think we've developed arguments enough to be able to deal with all of this sort of stuff as it is. And everyone can see. There's definitely sunlight on the mountains in the background. And there is none on the Blackpool seafront. That doesn't happen at that time of night. It's not what it looks like. There's a load of houses along this seafront here. And you can see all sorts of lights flashing. You can see the sun beaming off the windows. I say, and I still say, I've tried to talk to Kevin about it. He won't talk to me, even though I'm the one that they give credit to for his picture. I mean, if anybody saw that picture there, you would think that that was my picture, wouldn't you? Looks like it. It's not. Although, Gem Panda wants to misrepresent it for everyone. It doesn't look like that. So, that's, I would say, that Blackpool is an early morning Blackpool. And the mountains in the background are a sunset. Blackpool. Sunrise. Blackpool. Mountains in the background. Sunset. Foreground sunset. I don't know whether anybody's done a forensic on it. Sun is coming all across that front. Look at how much sun there is on the mountains in the background.
The sun's coming over the front of everything at one part of the day.
It looks just like their photo.
That's a early morning Blackpool.
The same.
And the mountains are before sunset. Late evening. As you can tell by the shadows. And where the sun sets. If you've ever been there, you'd see that as the front of Lytham St Anne's and Blackpool, and all of them houses have little sparkles coming from the windows, and it's all lit up. It's lovely. Looks nice.
Sure, I bet. Looks nice.
Yeah. It's almost like it could be a composite, couldn't it?
No.
Has anyone put it through photo forensics or anything?
It looks exactly like
we know Ranty did it for 200 hours, and we know Katz has made a video about it, and then Ranty and Ruhif and Katz have all got together and made a big hoo-ha about it, and we know that people are saying thanks Bev for it.
It looks the same though.
It doesn't look the same at all. That one's up in a gallery.
The only difference
There's people making money from that one.
The only difference is theirs is taken by like a professional camera. Yours look like it was done by like a cell phone.
It's my right. So one photo looks like a professional camera, and then another one looks like a cell phone. Lad with a P1000. Yeah.
Was it taken that way?
Pardon?
Oh.
We've took loads of pictures from there. We took
Pretty
loads
sure
of
the
pictures.
camera the guy used wasn't much. I think it was the same price range as the P1000.
Could be.
Could be. So you've looked into it, have you?
But they look the
same. She doesn't know a fucking
like
thing.
Your photo and that one looks the same.
My lad's photo and that one. Have you seen it? Where is my lad's photo? To compare them. Right, so my lad's photo looked like it was from a camera phone, and now it looks the same as that one. Except earlier it looked like it was from a camera phone. And yeah, she hasn't got it, I don't think. The two.
The Library of Congress.
I have this one. The chicken nugget one.
All right.
Looks the same. Just a little like foggy. So like it's different.
Mountains.
Wow.
Right, because it looks foggy or whatever.
Yeah.
But same thing.
But not like a composite, as though the mountains look like they're lit differently than the Blackpool.
Like a photo taken from a camera. Yeah.
Yeah, angular nug size we were checking there, right?
Where are you guys at? What room? General? No.
Yeah, it's in general. And it's nice to know that you're saving all of these photos of us, Naps. How many? Look, so Naps has saved a photo of us when we go out there to do stuff, actually checking the nug size, angular nug size of Blackpool Tower. Saving photos of that. Thinking that proves something. So that's the sort of that's what you're seeing through the thing. Blue. No way.
Yes, that's the conundrum.
Holy.
How can it be? Yes, this is a question. To be or not to be?
That's genius, Blue. To go back to the Do you need help understanding how that works, Beth? How a 500-foot Blackpool can be in shadow while the tops of some 2,000-foot mountains are still in sunlight? Blue Marble thinks that these mountains here, with this shadow on it, this shadow here, these mountains can be in sunlight, but Blackpool isn't. Actually, this bit here as well, this is all in sunlight as well, but not Blackpool. Blackpool's the only place on this entire picture that isn't in sunlight. Yeah, go on, Blue. Explain that one for us. Do your best. I doubt it. It's all right, though, Blue. We'll do it.
Post your photo.
We need a drone. We need a drone to rise above the Blackpool Tower.
You've only, we've already done that, Lemon. But
I saw something that, what's his name? Mr. Brian Mabbitt did, but I didn't see any sort of landmarks in that photo. You say there's a drone that
Have you seen how far away it is? Seen how far away it is? It's miles away. You're never going to see anything from that position. If you want a drone to go up over Blackpool Tower, get Ranty with his drone. He should be able to do it that easy. He lives right close to Blackpool Tower. Get him to get his drone out.
As Ranty was trying to say, Blackpool Tower is above the mountain in the background, but if you get a drone above Blackpool Tower, that relationship would probably reverse.
Yeah, maybe it's already been done. Maybe you can do it from a different position. Maybe Ranty knows all of this sort of stuff, and that's why he's not talking to anybody about any of it. Maybe that's why Katz is also keeping him safe, keeping Ranty out of the way.
I think he's just tired. He strikes me as a normie who just doesn't want the hassle of the truth and the ostracization that the truth can bring. He always struck me as a normie that really wasn't in it for any of this other extra stuff.
Who's a normie?
Ranty.
Now you're saying that he doesn't believe what you believe. That's kind of...
No, I always thought him was like a troll. I still think he is. I think he's just going to keep out the way because he's...
I think you guys were saying...
He can't argue this case that he's brought across with a picture from Facebook.
He doesn't know what he's unleashed.
Well, Naps, I do
Being
agree with you
honest.
somewhat. I
think
do
he
agree
does
with you
know.
what Naps, dear. But the thing is, even during his interviews, it was like he was just going along for it. He really wasn't an active participant. He didn't really seem very enthusiastic. It was just kind of like he was kind of off to the side. It didn't really feel like he was really in it to win it. But I don't know.
It's because he doesn't know how to defend the argument he's brought.
He was definitely hardcore. Like
Really? He was like way into it. It looked like when he was beating the shit
really
out of
was.
Brian's logic, he was killing Brian's logic.
he
He was
definitely.
into that shit. He destroyed Brian's logic too. Brian, he's dumb. Why are there so many dumb people on your guys' side?
What side's that?
There's a lot of smart people too, but they're smart enough to know that they're
Is there?
going to be getting hell.
Seems like
for
TV
going
Okay.
against
All the smart people, seem to be the people that are conning the dumb people.
Yeah,
Nathan Williams.
That's
you
my
people?
thinking. You know, not like all of the flat
You're
earthers.
smart, man.
They're smart people.
Why are you
Might
doing
have
this?
a bigot in
Why are you
here.
doing this? You're smart.
I don't know. I've never said you people to anybody.
I say you people all the time because you people.
I'm racist.
There might be people in here that would take offense to you saying you people.
That's fine. Yeah, dumb. If you're dumb, I mean, it'd be dumb people. You people isn't dumb.
So you could say you people to anybody and nobody would take offense to that?
If we were talking in the context of intelligence, then yes. But if I was sitting here talking in the topic of color or something, then yes, that would be offensive. And I probably wouldn't have said it. But I'm in here to talk shit to dumb people, so it's fine.
You're not
I'm dumb too.
an intelligence bigot, are you?
Wow.
I'm totally an intelligence bigot.
Right.
I'm stupid
So
too,
you
though.
could just say you people, and then somebody would know what you people you were talking to.
If I'm in a room and we're talking about intelligence, and I specify as intelligence, and then go from there, then yes. If you think I'm talking about color, then you are one of the people that I'm talking about that is stupid.
Right. So can I just identify as not one of you people? Right.
Yes, you
that's
could be
as
a bot.
easy
You
as
could be
it
a
is, right. Okay.
Sure, you'd be a.
So
whatever you
anybody
call
that
it, what,
doesn't
like
want
no
to
real or
listen
like
to this
something.
guy when he says you people, just don't be one of you people. That's easy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just don't
that's
be,
one of us
don't be
people.
one of you people.
One of you people. Because I mean, come on, you guys think of the same thing.
This guy
You
wouldn't
say
wouldn't
you
be
people.
bigoted
Say
to just
clones.
anybody, right?
You
Right.
just say it's not bigoted. It's not. This is not bigoted. If you turn it bigoted, then you're bigoted. It wasn't bigoted at all. So I wasn't talking about race. Well, I guess bigoted doesn't have to be with race. I guess it's just okay. Stupid. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm bigoted against idiots.
Welcome to Best World.
Okay. If you think it's bigoted, then you're the bigot, but it is actually bigoted of him anyway, so I guess that means everybody's a bigot. Because if you think he's a bigot, then he is a bigot. Then you're a bigot. Don't do the you people shit. It's not good.
Okay, I have to drop off.
Okay.
Good night, all. Thank you very much, Beth.
Night, paper. See you tomorrow. Be good one tomorrow.
Yes.
Right. Now, Blue Marble has said here. Oh. The tops of the mountains are all you're seeing. I think Blue Marble thinks that, like Ranty, I think he thinks the mountains are dropping. See if I can find that one picture, because it always confused me. But if Blue Marble is he's going with this. Maybe blue could do the north, south, east and west. About the north and south, separating the north and south. That was interesting, blue. Oh, how long ago was Ranty? Did he do it before Bob? Shorter than a straight line. Oh, maybe, yeah. Must be somewhere around here. There you go. Here's a screenshot. Here's a screenshot from Ranty. Blue. Can you see that? It says blue. It says this is the corner of the way you can see the stones in it over here. And Ranty says a bunch of towns should be here in the image. Where have they gone to? Is that what you're talking about, Blue? Where this is where the sun's coming in, obviously, on these mountains. But it's only hitting these mountains. It's not hitting any of this here because these mountains are a lot higher up. Is that these bunch of towns in this little, I don't know, it's in like a little part of the beach. Sort of in no man's land, actually, in between where the tide comes in. Might have to try and find that video because that'll be fucking hilarious going over that. But I think that's what Blue's saying. Blue's trying to say that the mountains are getting the sun because all of this is lower and only things that are high up are getting the sun, not the things on the beach. They asking the problem is that he had to retire it because he did the seismometer dish. He realised that detecting an earthquake invalidated the whole thing, and he had to shut it down. And then he had to pretend that it went to a university, so he could pretend that it was really good. Where in reality, all he did was falsify it and invalidate everything that he did by not isolating it from an earthquake in Hawaii. It's not close, is it? But it's all right. Blue Marbles. He's gonna do a comeback, and he's gonna falsify perpendicularity of plumb and level. Don't you worry about that. He might even have a go at falsifying perpendicularity between vertical and horizontal. It's a massive conspiracy. It's gonna be uncovered over the next few weeks and months and years. It's going to change the argument completely. As soon as they falsify perpendicular, then all geometric arguments are out the window. There's no way you can make a geometric argument when Blue unleashes this one. Oh, it's Haiti. Sorry, it was Haiti. Blue Marble is seismometric detected an earthquake from Haiti, invalidating the entire thing, showing that it definitely wasn't isolated in any way whatsoever. No matter how much Chaiki pretended that the building moved and not the seismometric. So if anybody wants to see the famous seismometric, Blue Marble says it's at the University of Tennessee and it's functioning in the physics department. Right, can we get back to the why the mountains have sunlight on them, Blue, and there doesn't seem to be any on Blackpool? Not even any on the mirror ball, which is really strange, isn't it? I thought that was pretty strange. Maybe you don't know about the mirror ball. It's just a bit further to the stones. And you can see that bit there. That's a known elevation. Over there, that's definitely a known elevation, but Ranty thinks that there's some towns that have gone missing. Why is this a known elevation of 6 meters above mean sea level? And yet Ranty thinks that there's some mountains, some towns that have disappeared from here. How does that work? If that's at 6 meters over in Blackpool, how is this? How is there some towns missing? And why are the mountains that got sunlight on them, but not Blackpool? When this seems to be getting a bit of sunlight here as well. We're here where the towns have gone missing. Definitely on this grass here. There's definitely some sunlight here. Definitely sunlight over here. Pretty dark all in Blackpool. I'm not too sure. Don't know whether you can trust it as a genuine picture or not. I would say probably not. Being there and having to sim what it looks like, taking a few pictures of it. UT doesn't have an astrology department, apparently. I don't know why he's talking about that. Thinks it's funny. Is that the University of Tennessee? Blue Marble Science thinks it's funny that the University of Tennessee doesn't have an astrology department. Perhaps you should do a campaign, Blue, see whether you can get them one. You could get it called the Blue Marble Science Department of Astrology. I would. The Blue Marble Science. The science of Blue Marble and astrology. So if anybody wants to go over the Ranty picture or any of the geometric principles or why the mountains seem to be in light, yeah, Blackpool's dark as fuck, even though there's loads of houses with big houses as well, big windows on it. long shadows there on the mountains. So there would definitely be light on Blackpool seafront. I haven't got a clue about it. You think it's funny about the astrology department? He's laughing about the astrology department at Cambridge now as well. Blue Marble Science, what's going on? Why Cambridge? Is Blue Marble Science just sprouting out about universities and stuff and laughing about them not having astrology departments? Wow. Well, I guess that if that's up to you, Blue, you think they should have them? Blue Marble Science, ladies and gentlemen, is leading a campaign to get astrology departments in the universities all around the world. America, Britain. He'll stop at nothing. Laughing at universities. What Blue Marble Science does best. And let me get the I'm gonna play change windows. I'm gonna sign out with the advanced simplicity. Thanks for popping in, Blue Marble Science. It is Model Affliction Monday, so thank you very much. Any other Blue Wally? There was quite a few. Darren, the Wolfpack made a showing. Thanks for a lot for coming round here. I know it doesn't look like it's very much liked, the Model Affliction Monday anymore. We might be having to cut it a bit short, change it to something else. I think it's maybe because I titled it Dogma, and they all know that their model's built on Dogma, handed out to them by their own people. Okay, thank you very much for watching. There will be no video for the outro today. It is Buster and Simplicity. What I'm going to be doing is breaking down the arguments so that they can be understood in a simple format, laying them all out as arguments should be, for you to follow each step of the way. Blue Marble, you will enjoy it, hopefully. There will be many challenging stuff, and I hope you get to separate, actually to put back together north and south, bring them back onto the same line. Blue Marble. Okay, thank you very much for joining. Tomorrow is going to be great because we start into the ontological argument within philosophy, and if you don't know about that, come and get involved in it. It's going to take us to a new level, not jokingly either. You will begin to find out what we're actually doing here and why we are still here for this reason. Cool. Thank you very much. Join us tomorrow. Philosophy 7 Logic Night. Join us then.
Let me give you an analogy. Already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
The idea in my mind.
You'll find the truth from things of old.
Let me give you an analogy. The idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. The idea in my mind. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees, what's the conclusion? The idea in my mind. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness, the idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees, what's the conclusion? That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness, the idea in my mind.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known. You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. The fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind. It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Therefore, the fool.
There's no end game in mind.
He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God. Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.